Radhe Radhe.
Radhe Radhe.
Dandavat Pranam. Happy Radhashtami to all. Shri Radha Vino Bihari Ju Sachinandan Gaura Hari Ki Jai. Welcome to the most beautifully exquisite Shri Radha Vino Bihari Ju Sachinandan Gaura Hari Mandir. And the baby and all the Shalagrams and Girirajas. Gopinath Bhavan. Shri Vrindavan Dham. Srila Guru Deva Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Rupa Anuga Gaudiya Guru Varga Ki Jai. Patit Pavana Shri Nityananda Prabhu Ki Jai. Prem Purushottam Shri Shachinandana Gaura Hari Ki Jai. Radha Vino Bihari Ju Ki Jai. Radha Ramana Ju Ki Jai. Giriraj Maharaj Ki Jai. Harinama Sankirtana Ki Jai. Hare Krishna Maha Mantra Ki Jai. Shri Radhashtami Ki Jai. Vrishabhanunandani Srimati Radha Thakurani Ki Jai. Shri Vishakha Saki Ki Jai. Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai.
And Lalita Saptami yesterday Ki Jai.
Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bo.
Dandavat Pranam, dear Vaishnavas, Swagatam,
Swagatam, Suswagatam.
I see Jiva Bhavana Prabhu and Yashjay, Bruce, Izzy, Savitri, and Ananta Das. Dandavat Pranam, dear Vaishnavas, welcome, welcome on this most auspicious day.
Shri Radhashtami. So I'm just going to get this all plugged in. It'll just take me a minute. Bear with me. This is not a professional setup.
That's why I had him do it, because I knew I would mess it up.
Okay.
Okay.
1 second. I think it's all plugged in. And I might have to back it up just a little bit more even.
No. Oh, yeah, for you.
You don't need me in there.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so I think we see everything. You got Thakurji.
We've got your full pillow.
Srimati Radhika's there, shining like the sun. Sudevi's there. Radhe, Radhe, Dandava Pranam. Okay, it's all good? All good?
I think so.
You want me to lift it up? No.
No,
I think it's good.
I think it's good. It's good.
Okay.
Oh.
The other drum.
We're trying to fit everyone in. Oh, this should be it.
You can turn it around.
No, it's okay.
Oh, okay. Take it. Radhe, Radhe.
Who's this? The Devanagari?
That is Chandanvati Devi Dasi.
Right, Chandanvati. I remember she's the one who supplies Chandan to Srimati Radhika. She is her Sakhi.
Very nice.
So this is Chandanvati Dasi Ki Jai.
Jai. Okay.
We're both in, sort of. You can scoot over.
This place is much smaller than the other
Hey,
place.
Mom. Hey, Charu.
Okay. So we will begin with Mangalacharan. Mangalacharan is the auspicious invocation calling on the presence, the grace, the mercy, the sidelong glances of our beloved Srila Gurudev, our beloved Srila Prabhupada. If this isn't fixed right now, everything will go out of power very quickly.
I've got it here so we can...
No, but the power switch was off.
Oh.
Okay. So,
We have a very technical setup here.
yes. So, calling for the grace, the mercy, the sidelong glances, and the...
Grace.
We already said that. Of our beloved Srila Gurudev, our beloved Srila Prabhupada, our Rupanuga Gaudiya Guru Varga, Patit Pavan, Shri Nityananda Prabhu, Prem Purushottam, Shachinandan Gaura Hari, going all the way back to the original Guru who is
Krishna himself.
and his Guru of Prem,
Vrishabhanunandani Srimati Radha Thakurani.
as Krishna states, and you can find it in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita.
Radhikar Prema Guru Ami Shishya Nata Sada Amanana Nritya Nachaya Udbhata.
Radhika is my Guru of Prem,
and I am simply her dancing pupil. She makes me dance various novel dances
according to her tune.
Thank you, Yashji. Dandavat Pranam Narasimha
Sylvester.
Savitri.
Okay.
Dandavat Pranam.
Would you like one of these?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Quick ad for Shuk Yogi Kantika. Today, Sri Radhashtami. It is the most blessed event. Our everything, the goal of everything, Radha Dasyam. So today we are receiving an opportunity to remember what we have heard from the lotus mouth of our Srila Gurudev, our Vaishnava Acharyas, our Srila Prabhupada, our Guru Varga, what we have received from them. We will be endeavoring to remember and share some of it to the best of our abilities. So, you can find Mangalacharan on page 1 of this beautiful bhajan treasure trove.
Shri Gaudiya Giti Gucha, starting with Vandeham, Shri Guru, Shri Yuta, Padakamanam. And also, if you don't have a songbook, for at least an hour or so, Yashjay will be with us. You see his name, and he's putting up the bhajans generally. I don't know if he can tonight, but he is. And also, if you do have a songbook, Savitri, look for her, and she's always putting the page number just in case we don't hear it. Sometimes I just wait for her to post it. So.
Can you see Thakurji okay?
Haribo, Radha Priya, Jade Barlow, and Rebecca Hardy.
Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavanscha Shri Rupam Sagrajata Sahagana Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Sadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Shakamyatanshcha Om Madhyanathimirantasya Dhyananjanashalakaya Chakshurmilitam Dena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Namo Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Sriman Bhakti Vedanta Narayani Namine Shri Krishna Leela Bhatane Sudaksham Gaudariya Madhurya Gunaishtrayuktam Varam Varinyam Purusham Mahantam Narayanam Tam Shirasham Namami Shri Krishna Pada Trikataikahritni Chaitanya Leela Mrita Sarasa Narayanam Tam Satatam Prapadhe Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Krishnaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prajarine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Ashtadya Deshatarine Namo Vishnupadaya Gaura Krishnaya Bhutale Shri Sriman Dandava Pranama Vaishnavas. Welcome to Sri Radhashtami Maha Mahotsava. Shri Vrishabhanandani Srimati Radha Thakurani Ki Jai.
Hey Jayanti.
Who else is there?
Sadananda.
So many. I didn't drink my water.
Rambhadra. Do you need mine?
No, I'll just grab it. I'll be right back.
Ivan, I hope you're doing better, and I'm glad that you're with us tonight. Also, I just want to say that Didi, she wrote me last week maybe, before her surgery, and she told me that from her hospital on Radhashtami, she's going to try to be with us. So everybody please send your well wishes for her. And also our very dear Anjali, she has come down with COVID, so she may be in bed, but maybe she'll wake up and she'll be with us for some time if she's well enough.
It's hard to play drum with a ring on. Okay. So now we will call for the mercy of Sri Gurudev. This morning, as different devotees were speaking, generally you would expect them to focus more on the glories of Srimati Radhika, but they were focusing on the vision of our Srila Gurudev and his fascination, dedication, surrender, and complete awesomeness in relation to Srimati Radhika. And afterward we were discussing it, that actually we have no access to that transcendental realm from our current position. But we have access to that person who's bringing that transcendental realm to us, and that is Sri Guru. And so it is practical and real that our entrance into that realm is by taking shelter of the lotus feet of our Gurudev, or Sri Guru, and holding on to those lotus feet, praying for their moods to enter into our heart, and also praying for them to awaken transcendental greed, tatra lodhyam apimulyam ekalam, for the attainment of the otherwise unattainable. But Srila Gurudev, who was it today? Ajay Krishna Prabhu was telling that Srila Gurudev never said, maybe it will happen, it could happen. He said, if you follow this process, certainly it will. Certainly it will. He always had an emphasis with a positive, hopeful, not just hopeful, it was a certainty, a reality. And so it was very beautiful that the devotees were speaking like that in terms of Srila Gurudev's vision and his dedication to Srimati Radhika, because it really made it practical for us here and now. So now we're going to call up.
I would just want to say that when we were doing the Mangalacharna, as we were saying the names of our Guru Varga, I was just thinking, how fortunate are we that we're not just going to be speculating. We're not out there just, Radhe, Radhe, Sham, Milade kind of thing. We're not speculating. We're not doing opposite.
Just so you know, you're not supposed to say that.
We are under the guidance, the umbrella of our Gurus in calling their names and some of their specialities. It's so potent. And I was thinking that with Param Gurudev and seeing the suffering jivas giving Nam and our Gurudev, how sweet his Hari Katha is, and who is Bhaktivinoda Thakur, and Gauravani, who is that? Who's our Prabhupada? What does he come to give? So as we were doing the Mangalacharna, I almost broke down. I was feeling so grateful that we are under guidance and we are in parampara. We don't have to make anything up. We don't have to be extra, let's say, profound or have something new to tell every day. No, we just need to be under guidance and repeat what they have given us. And then we will receive their mercy. And if their mercy comes, then for sure and certain, the mercy of Radha and Krishna and Mahaprabhu will come.
Can you scoot this forward and you come forward also?
Yeah. Am I too far back?
I think so, yeah.
I kind of like to be in the corner.
It makes you look really little and me really
That's
huge.
not why.
No, but that way you can see Srimati Radhika when you look up.
Okay, is this better?
It is.
What bhajan?
You were going to sing Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya?
Why am I?
If you want to. You don't have to. What page is it?
Page 32.
Srila Satchidananda Bhaktivinoda Thakur, page 32. Okay.
Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedas Krina Pekaya Dina
Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya Guru Vedas Krina Pekaya Radhe Radhe.
Just want to tell you that Rudra is the one who is offering.
Offering, yes.
What he's offered this outfit to Thakurji.
Jai.
I think what, 3-4 months ago?
Yes. Rudra Prabhu ki
Jai.
Jai. And who's there? Gita.
Gita.
And all Dandavat Pranam, all Vaishnavas.
Dandavat Pranam.
So now we will call for the mercy of the Vaishnavas.
Yes, thank you for the offering, Rudra.
By the mercy of Guru and Vaishnava, we will be able to hopefully one day understand something of the magnanimity, greatness, and speciality of servitude at the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika. Ohi Vaishnava Thakur.
Okay.
Page 39 by Srila Satchidananda Bhaktivinoda Thakur. Ohe Vaishnava Thakur. Ohe Vaishnava Thakur Doyaro Sagar Edase Karuna now we will call for the mercy of Sri Rupa Goswami Pad. Which bhajan? Yang Kalirupa Sharira Nadharata Tan Braja Prema Mahaniti Kutarika by Sri Madhav Das, page 47 in our Sri Gaudiya Giti Guchha. So there was a question which came up about fasting on Radhashtami. Is it necessary? Different acharyas have given different prescriptions. But according to Hari Bhakti Vilas, which is our Gaudiya Vaishnava book of rules and regulations for Vaishnavas, but in this particular lineage, it is not required. So it may be that there's a suggestion either way, but to enforce it, that it is a mandatory thing, our Param Gurudev Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj has told, and our Gurudev has recorded it in his biography, Acharya Kishori, the life and precepts of Sri Sriman Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj. In there, it's the observance of Sri Radhashtami Vrat. And there, our Param Gurudev Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj is specifically speaking about a particular group who had deviated from the teachings of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. And they had established that it is mandatory to observe fasting on Sri Radhashtami. Our Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj, Param Gurudev, told that this is basically the Sahajya line, the Prakrita Sahajyas. They enforce this due to what he referred to as excessive devotion, meaning creating something new which has not been given by our Guru Varga, which has not been given by our Acharyas, which was not given by Sri Gopal Bhatta Goswami and Sri Sanatana Goswami in Hari Bhakti Vilas. What our Guru Varga have not given, if we're making up new festivals that are not prescribed for Gaudiya Vaishnavas, this is known as excessive devotion, and this is one of the things which is considered to be unfavorable or even detrimental to bhakti by Sri Rupa Goswami. Atyahara prayashascha prajalpa niyamagraha. Niyama agraha and niyama agraha. One is under adherence to rules and regulations of scriptures, and one is over adherence. So there are rules and regulations. And if someone is actually over adhering to something which is not even a rule and regulation, then this is generally something which is, as our Param Gurudev said, excessive devotion. So he said if we were to have to fast on the days of Shakti Tattva, like Srimati Radharani, Lalita Saki, Vishaka Saki, which happens to be the same day as Srimati Radhika, and all of the other Shakti Tattvas, he said then we would have to fast every day of the year, which is impossible. Why? Because all of our Guru Varga, they fall in the category of Shakti Tattva. So literally we would have to fast every single day of the year, which is impossible.
But isn't it out of respect? Growing up, I thought that we, like on Acharya's appearance days and different, we would fast till noon. And then, maybe it's to glorify like they do here. Because generally, I mean, maybe they have breakfast, but mostly there's program, and then at noon there's arti, and then prasad.
What I find is if one is actually fully absorbed in remembering the glories, the pastimes, studying, doing kirtan, arranging for a festival and everything, there's no time to eat. So you naturally fast until noon anyway, because there's just no time. You're cooking, you're cleaning, you're taking care of abhishek and so many other things. Where's there time to sit down and take prasadam? So generally, on the days of Guru Tattva, it may be that one fasts, but there's not a prescription in Shastra for it. Neither is there a prescription for fasting on Sri Radhashtami, which is told to be a vrat. A vrat, but it doesn't say that fasting is required. Like on Vishnu Tattva days, on the days of Krishna, Narasingha, on the days of Mahaprabhu and Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita Acharya, all Ekadashis, all of these, there's a prescription for fasting. But for Shakti Tattva days, there's no prescription for fasting.
But there is a prescription for dressing up. It is told that on these type, like Janmashtami, Radhashtami, the Vishnu Tattva days, that we should dress up. It's like if you go to a birthday party, or you go for a special event and you're just wearing shorts and flip-flops, it's showing some kind of disrespect. Like even if we go to a wedding, something. I just heard a knock.
I thought it was your water bottle tapped.
No. Where was I?
You were talking about going to a wedding.
Like if you go to a wedding, you dress nicely. You're there for that particular occasion. And it's considered disrespectful just to show up in your day clothes, your work clothes. So even more so on the days of the Lord and the days of His beloved, or actually the days of her beloved and the days of Srimati Radhika, that we should dress up and we should show that this is a festive occasion and this is an honored event. And so you dress up for an honored event, and that isn't Hari Bhakti Vilas.
Interestingly enough, something Sudevi just said, which was, it made me remember because my father would always share it with me. And by the way, my father's birthday was on the 21st, but he's been deceased for the last 5 years or so. But one thing he would always share was an amazing quote from our Srila Prabhupada, where Srila Prabhupada was referring to Krishna as the consort of Srimati Radharani, instead of the other way around. He's saying, and her consort. Now, we will discuss about this more, but there's a speciality of that mood, and that is really Rupa Anuga, that Krishna is her consort, and that's how we relate to him. So I just wanted to share that because there's a particular place, and he would always try to share that particular article with me. He had it as one of his notes on Facebook, and then they removed the notes, and so I can't find it, but I will search for it again.
So young Kali Rupa.
I'll do the drum.
Do you want to just do it? And
Maybe it'll because otherwise everything will take a long time. Okay?
I didn't mean that. I just meant it goes too high.
Okay. I'm going to put on the... Do you want to plug this in there?
No, I don't need it.
Tanpura, 1 second. It doesn't recognize my face anymore with my big beard. Let's see. Cancel. And Marcos. So page 47, Young Kalirupa Sharira Nadharata by Sri Madhava Das. Young Kalirupa Sharira Nadharata. Young Kalirupa.
You're not going to do it twice.
Young Kalirupa Sharira Nadharata. Tandraja prema Pahani Puthari. Guru Varga ki
Jai.
Pranava Pranama. Is the screen closed?
Yeah, he
Thank you.
closed. He locked it.
You locked it.
Yes, it's good. It's
No,
fine.
if anyone else wants to come in.
No one's coming.
I will look at and I have to bring something for Takushi.
Oh, right. He has a gift.
You have something for
He
Takushi?
does.
I told him
Oh, he didn't tell
many
me.
days ago. Surprise!
Just happy Radhashtami. I'm glad you're going to continue hearing somewhere else. Good, Yvonne. Haribol.
Jai. Now we will call for the mercy of Pratik Pavan Shri Nityanand Prabhu and Prem Purushottam Shachinandan Gaura Hari. It's very appropriate. Bhajan Gauranga Bolite Have Ulaka Sharir Hari Hari Bolite Nayane Babinir. I believe it's page 86 by Sri Narottam Das Thakur. Why is this so important and appropriate for us? It is saying, Ar kabe nitaya chander koruna heve sang saravashanamor kabe tu chahave. When will Sri Nityananda Prabhu give me his mercy? Then my material existence, my bondage in samsara will be rendered insignificant. By the mercy of Nitai, who manifests to us in the form of Sri Guru, Vishaya Charya kabe shuddha habeman kabe hama herava Sri Vrindavan. So when this enjoying tendency, the selfish, self-serving, mundane enjoyment tendency, yes, maybe the shelf, right?
Oh, here. Yes.
For now.
Put it there. What's
Jai. That is the best quality honey from
honey?
Europe, from Belgium.
They get some honey.
So Vishaya Charya kabe shuddha haveman kabe hama heravo Sri Vrindavan. Can everyone still see Srimati
Yes,
Radhika?
yes. There, she's
Okay.
there. Perfect.
So, this enjoying tendency, when it is turned toward the transcendental serving tendency toward Radha Krishna, then we will be able to see Sri Vrindavan for real. Not just the Mayak covering of Vrindavan, but the real Vrindavan. Rupa Raghunatha Pade Hoive Akuti Kabe Hama Bhujavose Jugala Piriti. So, by the mercy of Rupa and Raghuna, by taking shelter of them, by taking shelter of Sri Guru and Nityananda Prabhu, then we will be able to see Kabehama Heravo or Bhujabose Jugala Piriti, the beautiful forms of Sri Sri Radha and Krishna and Vrindavan. So Narottam Das Thakur is saying, Rupa Raghunatha Pade Rahumora Ash, Prarthana Karoye Sada Narottama Das. The constant prayer of Narottam is that all of his hopes and aspirations remain at the lotus feet of Sri Rupa and Sri Raghunath Das. Would you like to lead it?
No.
Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda
Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
O Shri Krishna Shri Nityananda Prabhu ki
Jai.
Prem Purushottam Shri Sachinandan Gaura Hari ki
Jai.
Shri Rupa Raghunath ki
Jai. You know, we were singing before Young Kali Rupa, and it reminded me of that pastime of Srimati Radhika going and cooking for Rupa and Sanatan. And the thing I thought was so interesting today, I was listening to a darshan, and Srila Gurudev, he actually said that Rupa Goswami wasn't actually hoping for sweet rice or anything like that. Gurudev explained that Rupa was just thinking,
you sure you don't want to tell the pastime and then speak
but
about it?
I think everyone knows it.
Not necessarily.
Really?
Nah, you
Okay.
don't leave us hanging.
So one day, at this place,
Terakadam.
Terakadam, right? It's Rupa Goswami's place where he would do bhajan. And one day, Sanatan Goswami came there to meet with him. Seeing his elder brother and Guru Sanatan Goswami, Sri Rupa felt so happy in his heart. They sat down and began to speak about the glories of Krishna and Srimati Radhika. In that time, Gurudev was saying that Sri Rupa was thinking, oh, I have nothing to offer my Guru, because he's his elder brother, so Sri Rupa saw Sanatan as his Guru. He said, oh, I have nothing to offer, nothing in the house, I haven't done any madhukari. It's not like us, we have a whole stock
In the refrigerator.
of things for just in case. We can make rice and dal at any time. They weren't like that. Gurudev said he had nothing. And so he's thinking, I didn't do any madhukari, I didn't beg for anything. There's nothing to offer him. So he wasn't thinking, I wish I had some kheer. He was actually just thinking, I have nothing to offer my Guru. Which is actually a proper mood. Like if your Guru came and you had nothing to offer, you would feel this way. So then he again forgot himself hearing the Harikatha from Sri Sanatan Goswami. After some time, Gurudev said, such a beautiful young lali, a beautiful girl came. He said, but she was somewhat disguised, wearing very simple village clothes. Nothing extravagant, nothing gold, but so beautiful. Oh, Baba, Baba, my mother sent me here. I brought so many things. I even brought a pot because he didn't have a pot. So I brought so many things for you to make here, Baba, Baba. And Gurudev was explaining that this is the way the Braj folk, they treat the elders, they call them Baba. And Gurudev actually said, even me, when I'm walking out, the young children or the young girls, they all call me Narayan Baba. Narayan Baba. Gurudev laughed. He said, not that I'm like them or that I'm any sadhu. He said, but this is the culture. So they called me Narayan Baba. So she was saying, Baba, Baba. But they didn't hear her. They were just so immersed in remembering her sweet form, her qualities, her pastimes with her beloved Krishna. So Srimati saw, oh, they're not doing anything. She sat down and started to cook for them. She built the fire, she put the pot, all the ingredients, and was cooking and cooking and cooking. Srila Gurudev said that this is the mood of Srimati Radhika, that automatically of her own near and dear one is desiring something. She has this mood, I need to do that for them, I need to give to them. She's so soft-hearted, so compassionate, so sweet. So she herself sat over the fire and made this. Rupa and Sanatan were completely immersed in remembering. Not like us. Somebody walks in or there's a noise in the hall and a child is making noise, everyone looks. We don't forget. We're not immersed like that, Gurudev said. They didn't see or hear anything around them. They were witnessing those leelas as they were talking about them. So then she put some bowls in front of them. Baba, Baba, here, take this. I made it for you. Please eat it. Please take it. And then she realized it's getting late. My mother will worry, so I have to go. So she left. After some time, they looked down and they saw, oh, someone, that beautiful little girl, she left us some kheer. She cooked it. So they became very happy and they began to taste that. And all kinds of Ashta-sattvic bhavs came on their bodies, chills. Their hairs were standing on end, Pulakashari. Tears were coming from their eyes. And Sanatan, he said, Rupa, did you desire anything? Were you desiring something? Do you know who that was? That was our Swaminiji. She came and she served us. Rupa, have you desired? And that's again when Gurudev said he was only thinking, oh, I have nothing to give my elder brother, my Guru. And then Sanatana Goswami said, don't desire anything. Do you want that we should serve our Swaminiji or that she should serve us? Can you imagine if like you were just immersed in talking and remembering the sweet glories of, say, your Gurudev, and Gurudev walked in and is trying to, get your attention and then cooks for you? How would you feel? You'd be like, oh my God, and now he left and I didn't even realize. We would feel so completely shocked. But yet, what would that kheer be like? So they were taking it and they realized our own Swamini came and cooked. And they didn't recognize her. Only after the fact did they realize, because they were so immersed and they didn't really look toward her. But after they realized that was her. That was our Swaminiji. But I thought that was such an interesting point because we've always heard that Sri Rupa thought, oh, I wish I had some kheer to offer Sanatan. But Gurudev said, no, he didn't desire any particular thing. He just thought, I have nothing. And so Srimati Radhika came and brought that.
Just like Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, for one who is exclusively devoted to me, I carry what they lack and preserve what they have. So in this case, Rupa was lacking something, an offering for his guru. And he was so absorbed in exclusive remembrance of Radha and Krishna's pastimes, as was Sanatan, that Krishna, in the form of Srimati Radhika, came personally and carried what they lacked. In other words, presented something for Sri Sanatana Goswami Pad and Rupa Goswami Pad. So beautiful. So he didn't desire anything. He didn't want to offer sweet rice.
He made it very clear. He said no, he didn't desire. He just thought, I have done no madhukari. I have not begged for anything, so I have not even atta. You know how Sanatana Goswami Pad would just take water and mix atta.
Whole wheat flour and water.
Put it in the fire.
No salt.
Even Madan Mohan was like, can you just have a little salt?
If you go to Madan Mohan temple now, they'll give you as Mahaprasad a dough ball
Also,
that's been put in coals.
It's Sanatana Goswami Samadhi,
Yeah.
they give that too. But so...
No salt.
Nothing. He had nothing to give and he was feeling bereft. What can I do? I can't even give my guru this. So...
Thank you for sharing.
It was just something that was really beautiful because I've always heard, and you hear him say, don't desire anything, but actually his desire was to serve.
Which is proper, but anyhow. They don't want that she should serve them because their mood is that we are the Das. It is interesting because our whole perspective is to have spontaneous love and affection for Krishna. And in Vrindavan, not to see Krishna as God, but to see him as our dearmost beloved, like a worldly friend. But interestingly enough, within perfection, the goal and aspiration of Rupanuga Vaishnavas is to serve Srimati Radhika. And so for seeing Krishna, he is best friend. He is dearly beloved, but he's not Bhagavan. But the way they all see Srimati Radhika, her maidservants, is with so much gravity, so much seriousness, such a service mood. She is their Swamini and they are her Dasis. So they see that I am the servant of the servant of the servant of this Rishabhanu Nandini Srimati Radhika. So there is some Aishwarya Bhav.
Yes. Whenever we would go to Varshana with our Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, when we would go with him, you would see him in Nandagaon. He would be laughing and joking and everybody would be singing funny songs about Krishna, not wanting a wife that's too fat, that could beat him up, or too skinny. So, all of these funny things, and Gurudev would laugh and be so jovial.
Yes.
But in Varshana, Srila Gurudev would be so grave. Like when you would walk into the pandal, he would just be sitting there. And almost frightening to approach him. His mood was much more...
It was so heavy.
Very heavy. He wasn't that playful mood. It was like, this is my Swaminiji.
That is not to say that when Gurudev would start speaking about Srimati Radhika, it wouldn't be like
lit.
He would become completely, fully enlivened, like excited, exhilarated, exuberant to such a degree. I was telling this morning when we were hearing on harikatha.com, whenever you would hear Gurudev, and sometimes he would be maybe very tired from travel or even sick, like ill. And he would be speaking about Dhruva Maharaj and Chitraketu Maharaj and even Prahlad Maharaj, and you could tell it was like labored for him. It was difficult for him to speak. But then when he would come toward the end of his discussion or the darshan, somehow any question would come and he would start speaking about Srimati Radhika. It was like an injection of adrenaline for him. He would just completely wake up and he would become completely energized and youthful and start speaking about her with such gusto, such energy and so much excitement and life. It was just amazing to see that kind of energy that, well, she is the supreme energy, so he would become so empowered.
When we approach this subject matter, I mean, this is the inner life of God. I mean, it's not just a subject to throw around into, even he is saying that he sees Srimati Radhika as his prema guru. He's worshipping her, he's begging for seva. When you hear that, actually it's astonishing. It's become something normal for us. But to Gurudev, it wasn't normal. He was telling it like it was the first time he had ever heard it or seen it. But also, it shows us how we should approach this day, although it's so happy. And it's the appearance festival of Srimati Radhika, our Swaminiji. At the same time, it should be taken as one of the most serious topics, that it shouldn't just be some kind of, what is it like, when you hear certain songs and it's just kind of a
generic.
Without any awe or reverence.
It's not bazaar talk.
We're not at that point where we can just talk about Srimati Radhika and Krishna and their Leelas in Vrindavan as though we are familiar with them. Because we may be familiar with the memorization, but we're actually not by heart, by our Atma, actually familiar with them. And so we have to be very careful. Otherwise, repeating, Srimati Radhika's calling him a dubachi, or, you're black and you're this and you're a liar and a cheat. This is God. This is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. To say those things is actually something that should be very frightening. But because we're taking shelter of our Guru Varga and doing it with the moods that they have given us, not as some kind of thing like we think like that, how can we? How can we? We can't really, truly understand. But we have some, like Gurudev said, like a smell of agarbatti, of incense from another house. Some scent of that has come through the Harikatha of our Gurudev. So an impression is there, a sweetness is there, and that gravity is also there. So we approach this day with so much honor and so much care, because
reverence.
We have seen our Guru and our Guru Varga, our Srila Prabhupada, Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, our Param Guru. This is a very hidden topic. And so many people here right now, they're doing celebration of Ganesh.
There's a big decorations through Loy Bazaar. Everyone's doing Ganesh Puja.
They didn't do that on Janmashtami. And now it's Radhashtami.
And everyone knows that she's the queen of Vrindavan, and this is her place, and they all say Radhe Radhe, yet it's been covered.
So it's very, very interesting. We're so fortunate as we began today about this mood of being under the umbrella of our Guru Varga, Therefore, we can repeat these things. Just like when we were, for the first time in 1996, when we went to Mathura. If you remember, if any of you were, in some of our classes, I used to pray before to become a queen in Dwarka. That was my goal. I had no idea what I was doing.
She was doing intense bhajan. Before coming to Gurudev, the bedroom was hers. I lived in the front room, and I would open the door, and it was all dark with candles and incense smoke, and she had the comic book of Meera open, and Rukmini Dwarkadishi, she was there chanting and weeping, and I was like, someone phoned, but I would close the door and be like, she is busy. And she was really praying to be a queen of Krishna in Dwarka.
So the point was when Srila Gurudev came, he wiped this out of my heart completely. He was like, for you, this will never be. This mood of husband and wife with Krishna can never be. He said, your Vallabha, your beloved is Krishna, Shama Sundar Krishna in Vrindavan. And he said, in your Swamini ji, Srimati Radhika. So this mood had to be purged from me, because my Atma would never be satisfied with this other Dwarka mood. So when we came to Mathura for the first time in 96, Gurudev, on sort of an off afternoon, it wasn't a huge parikrama that was going to go. There were just maybe...
by that time, not even all of the devotees had arrived yet from the west, and only a total of 50 arrived for the parikrama from the west, and maybe there were 2 buses of devotees from Bengal, and then the Mutt Vasi. So it was I think it was a 3-bus total parikrama. It was so small.
And Srila Gurudev, we were having a little darshan with him. We were just like listening to him, and then he said, today I want you to go, this morning, I want you to go to the Dwarkadish temple here in Mathura. And he said, I want you to go there and basically abuse Dwarkadish. I want you to ask him, are you happy now? Are you happy in Dwarka? You've left Srimati Radhika? Are you happy with Kubja? So, and he told us to just go there, and how could you leave? How could you leave your mother and father?
Don't you know that they are weeping? Do you feel?
None of the cows are giving milk, and all of the calves are starving. He wanted us to just go there and yell. So we did.
And he told us what to do also afterwards.
Yes, he said, and when you are done, sing Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari and walk out.
Very loudly, he said.
So we did. We did.
It was a group of what, 10, 15 of us?
Who would ever go and hurl abuse at the Lord in any form? But there we went. There were about 15?
Yeah.
About 15 of us. Madhusudam Prabhu.
It reminds me of like Hansadutta Lalita's telling the swan that you bring this message to Krishna. We were like technically the dumbest of dumb birds, and Gurudev's like, bring this message to Krishna in Dwarkadish Mandir.
We went there, and the doors were closed, and all of a sudden they opened. And every one of us just started yelling it at Dwarkadish.
Are you happy now?
Now you're happy with Kubja, you don't need Srimati Radhika. Are you happy your mother's crying and cobwebs are everywhere? We were just, everything Gurudev said, we repeated. And then really loud we were yelling, and then the pujari ran behind the altar, and he brought these little deities of Radha and Krishna. He said, look, Radhika's here. We have Radhika and Krishna too. And we're like, no!
And then we chanted Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari very loud.
And we turned around and we stormed out.
And we went right back to the mutt.
And Gurudev said, did you do it? What did you say? And we were all telling him, Gurudev, we said this to Krishna and we said that. And Gurudev was like, very good, very good. And it was a shock. Like, in any other time, when would you do that? Even now, I wouldn't go to the Dwarkadish temple and presume to abuse the Lord. I would never do that. But under the guidance and the order of Gurudev, it was one of the sweetest moments of our discipleship, remembering how we were the messengers for one of the Brajabasis. And we were only repeating
one of the maidservants.
One of the maidservants of Srimati Radhika, and we were abusing the Lord. Now, even though I remember what Gurudev told us to say, I may in my heart say, do you remember? Remember that day?
But we always discussed that if she ever had a chance to become a queen in Dwarka, It's cut. Because you don't abuse the personality that you may potentially marry before you marry them. So it's gone, it's
Wedding's
finished.
off.
Gurudev cut it, it's done. She is your Swamini and he is your Vallabha.
But the point that I was making was that under the gravity of our Guru Varga, we're able to tell so many of these beautiful leelas that we've heard or we've read from them. And we're so fortunate in that because some of these topics, these are the inner life of the Lord. Because you can hear about Krishna stealing butter everywhere here. That's not such an uncommon thing. Even though it's his private life, he's put down his crown and here he's not Bhagavan. Now here he's just the son of Yashoda and Nanda. But yet, it's very common. Everyone knows. But do they really know the inner mood of Krishna? Do they know why he goes cow herding? Do they know what he's doing in the afternoon, where he's going? Where is he going at night? What is his heart and his mind centered on? Because of our Guru Varga, we understand this inner mood and mind and heart of the Lord. This is to be taken with such gravity. Like, we wouldn't even express these things of our own life, of our own privacy. We don't tell everybody. So Krishna reserves the right to be kept somewhat protected and hidden. And these are the jewels that our Gurudev and our Guru Varga have given us, that we can understand something of the supremacy of love that completely captivates and controls the almighty personality. He forgets, in the face of love, he forgets everything.
I asked Sudevi yesterday, why do you think that this big Ganesh Puja has manifested in Vrindavan? Just before Lalita Saptami, Sri Radhashtami. I mean, this is Radhika's place. Everyone is saying Radhe Radhe. She's the queen of Vrindavan. Why has this Ganesh Puja come in? And they've decorated everything.
And a huge, like, Ganesh mandap has been opened in Loy Bazaar. Like, it's huge thing going on, and music is going on. They've got the whole thing.
And she said Srimati Radhika reserves the right to be hidden. Even though someone may live here, even though someone will say Radhe Radhe 100 times a day, for everything. Good morning, good night, get out of the way, I love you, whatever. It's all Radhe Radhe. This is 2 words you need to know if you come to Braj. It is Braj Bhasha in its purest form, Radhe Radhe. Bas. So, but still, it's her day. And who is focused, who is concentrating on her and her glories? Very few have that kind of attachment. On Krishna's day, everyone's like, woo! And
Till midnight.
It's very hush-hush, undercover. And she's keeping it that way. But our Gaudiya Guru Varga, coming in the line of Sri Rupa Goswami, through Bhaktivinoda Thakur, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, what we have received through our Guru Parampara is so precious, is so secret and refined. Even though it's public, it is a public secret.
And grave.
And it is actually the gravest subject matter. So it is not something, what we would call Loy Bazaar banter. It's not like, oh, there's your Guru Manjari and there's your, it's not like that. It is something so secret.
And sacred.
And this is a gift that our Guru Varga has given to us. Some kind of a vision and a certainty of attainment to that one sweet day. Entrance into the Nikunjas and Nivrita Nikunjas in service to Sri Sri Radha and Krishna. Which is so secret, even the Nivrita Nikunjas are so secret that even the other Sakis, Lalita Saki and Srimati Radhika's own Swapaksha group cannot enter there. What to speak of cowherd boys or anyone else? And yet, that is the hope, the aspiration, and the potential of those coming in the line of Sri Rupa Goswami. It is unprecedented. It is, like I said, a public secret, but to be taken very, very seriously, with so much reverence and so much gravity. So now we should call out to Krishna for the happiness of Srimati Radhika.
Namami Nandanandana or
Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande,
Okay.
and then Radhe Jai Jai, and then Namami Nandanandana. So Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande, page 343, I believe.
yes, the rickshaw wallahs, they scream Radhe Radhe. If you're saying hello to someone, it's Radhe Radhe. If you're pushing someone, hey, Radhe Radhe. Everything here is by calling her name. Every communication.
Even when men cat call to women, they're like
Radhe,
Radhe Radhe. It's all dependent on.
Not that that's a good thing.
It's not good, but still they're saying. And the painter came to my house the other day. He's not even a Hindu, he's a Muslim, and he's like ding dong Radhe Radhe. So everyone here is saying Radhe Radhe.
Yes.
It's how you say hello, good morning. It's
the
just
fruit wallah.
everybody. So now we will call out for the mercy of Krishna and the words of Srila Rupa Goswami. Only by the mercy and grace of Sri Rupa Goswami will we have entrance into the Nitya Seva of the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika and Krishna in the Nikunjas of Vrindavan. Calling out this particular bhajan, Srila Gurudev said this is the mood of Srimati Radhika, seeing Krishna or feeling that she is seeing Krishna for the first time. Every time she sees him, it is called Purvarag. And this is this bhajan. If we call out to Krishna for his mercy and glorify Krishna, this is so exceedingly pleasing to the heart of Srimati Radhika. And so on this day, we are begging for her mercy. And so somehow or other, we're going to try by singing this bhajan, Krishna Deva Bhavantam Nande. She will be so pleased and so happy. Do you want to lead it?
No.
Okay. Page 343 by Srila Rupa Goswami Pad. I was just thinking very interestingly here. It's saying that Yadyapi Samadhishu Vidhirapi Pashyati Natavanakagra Marichim Idamichami Nishamyatavachuta Tadapi Kripad Bhutavichim. Although in complete deep samadhi trance, Lord Brahma himself, Chaturmukha Brahma, the first created being within the universe, is endeavoring with all of his might, power, and strength to even capture a glimpse of the effulgence emanating from the toenails of Krishna, he cannot do so. And yet Rupa Goswami is praying for that impossible thing to manifest, that he will be able to, what is it? Manmanasa madhukaram arpaya nija pada pankaja makarande. That may my mind go to your lotus feet like a bumblebee goes to a lotus flower. And this concept here is then reflected within the glorifications of Srimati Radhika. That, what is it? Ananta koti Vishnu loka namna padmajachite himadrija pulomaja virinchaja baraprade apara siddhi riddhi dasatpadanguli nake kadakarishyasi hamam krapakataksha bhajanam. Here it says natava nakhagra marichim. So cannot catch even the effulgence emanating from the tips of your toenails. And there it's saying sat padangulinake. Also from her toes, from her toenails. All of the greatest personalities cannot capture a glimpse of that. And even Krishna is begging for darshan of her lotus feet. Now that's not just darshan, he's begging, please place your lotus feet upon my head. Krishna is begging for that. So all of the greatest personalities are praying for even a particle of dust from the lotus feet of Rishabhananandani, Srimati Radha Thakurani. So Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite.
There's a lecture. I think I can put it online after this. There's a lecture from our Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and it's on Radhashtami, and he's speaking about the glories of Srimati Radhika. And then he sings this, Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Daite, and the devotees don't know it. So he just sings it alone, but in this beautiful tune, and he's just glorifying Srimati Radhika.
From 1968.
Yeah, it's like he just arrived somewhere, and it's Radhashtami, so he's telling something, and he keeps saying that basically we shouldn't, we can't go too far talking about this, and then he would continue glorifying her. It was just beautiful.
I was thinking how amazingly frustrating it would have been to have all of that boiling within your heart and not being able to speak it. Our Srila Prabhupada had all of that. He would discuss it with our Srila Gurudev, with our Param Gurudev, with Srila Bhakti Dr. Sridhar Maharaj, and so many others, but he didn't feel comfortable to openly express all of it so much. And so all of that was inside, and he said, oh, that's for discussing another time. And then he would spill a little more, and like, oh, there was waves coming, and a little bit would spill. But he had to, I would say, repress it.
Yeah.
He was holding it back, and he had to spend so much time, as he told our Gurudev, and as we can see, cutting the jungles of atheism, mayavad, nirvishesha, shunyavadi, paschatya, deshatarine, and preaching the message of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, but specifically the intricacies of Rupanuga Bhajan that he wanted to give, but he was holding back, and he requested our Srila Gurudev in his very last moments that you must give this. So I just can't imagine how do they hold that in? That excitement, that enthusiasm to push that down, it would only increase the pressure.
Yeah. Well, our Gurudev said that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who's he?
Nayana Mani Manjari.
But yet he had to fight, and he had to chop so many jungles. It was like most of his time he had to do that. And then our Srila Prabhupada, he also going to the West. He's coming from the place of Rupa Goswami, from Seva Kunj. He's coming from Radha Damodar, and he's going to the West. And he has to, you're not your body. This is how
he referred to it as Ugrastan, which is like a really horrible, terrible place.
But he had to teach how to wash after going to the toilet. He had to teach everything.
From scratch.
So how frustrating it must have been to have not been able to like he said, to just open his heart. But we also do know that with Srila Bhakti Sridhar Maharaj, he was able to, and also with Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj, for 17 days,
yeah.
He stayed alone with him. His son, he said, he called Gaura Govinda Maharaj my son, and he stayed with him in Bhuvaneshwar in a small hut, and for hours and hours, opening his heart and speaking. We can't even imagine what he was able to share. So, but we see how Rasik and Bhavuk Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj is.
When our Srila Gurudev speaks about Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, especially on his appearance days and disappearance days, he tells how, in the end, in his last moments, he actually expressed his frustration that I had to spend all of my time cutting jungles, but what I really wanted to give, and he couldn't even help himself. He just started expressing all of these beautiful sentiments of Rupa and Raghunath in their mood of complete, utter dedication in servitude to Srimati Radhika. Gurudev explained, according to Param Gurudev, Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj, who was there witnessing how Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada's complexion completely changed.
Right.
He became somewhat reddish complexion, and he just was sharing something of his heart. He said, there was no one qualified for me to give this to, but I can't leave without telling you what my intention is, what my point is. And that's why our Gurudev emphatically declared every single time he would glorify our Srila Prabhupada without cessation what he wanted to give.
Yes.
Gauravani Pracharine. What he wanted to give What Rupa Goswami came to give, Sri Chaitanya Manobhishtam. This is what our Srila Prabhupada came to give, because he's in the line of Rupa Goswami, in the line of Bhaktivinoda Thakur, in the line of his own Gurudev Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada. This is what he came to give. What Chaitanya Mahaprabhu came to give by the medium of Rupa Goswami.
And also Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur at Radhakund once said that all of this time we've been trying to go toward a Nartana Vritti, but actually our goal is Artha Pravriti. And he said this knowledge of Srimati Radhika, Manjari, all of this, he said this is not the property of the Sahajyas. This is the property of those coming in the line of Sri Rupa. Rupa Nuga, Guru Varga. This is those, he said, the carriers of the shoes of the Rupa Nugas. This is what he's come for. But he couldn't do it because so many jungles, they even wanted to kill him for giving the right to chant the holy name or to read Shastra. So we're so fortunate at this time.
Right, I'm just seeing here, number 16 of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada's Upadeshavali, the foot dust of Sri Rupa Goswami, the fulfiller of Sri Chaitanya Dev's inner desires, is our life's sole desired object.
Was it Srila Sridhar Maharaj that said we are the carriers of the shoes?
And then he would say, Pujala Raga Patagora Bhapanga.
Yes.
That they are our worshipables, and we are only aspiring to receive a drop, a particle of their mercy, of their foot dust. So now we will call out Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Dayate by Sri Rupa Goswami Pad. This is very, very pleasing to Srimati Radhika, but especially to Krishna. Why? Madhava Dayate. Krishna loves to be defeated by Srimati Radhika.
Gurudev once said that Ma means my and Dav means beloved. And he said, who can say that Krishna is mine? Only Srimati Radhika. She has that mood. Krishna is mine. Chandravali and others have this mood. I am Krishna's.
Right.
But she has this mood. He is mine.
Madhya Bhava.
Yes.
Mamata.
So he becomes Madhav when he is with Srimati Radhika alone. That is her privilege.
So page 341 by Sri Rupa Goswami. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Dayate. Jaya Radhe Jaya Jaya Mahotsav ki Jai.
Radhika,
And Brinda.
Brinda.
Radhe Radhe. Hey Brinda, I saw your brother today and his family. They came today for the Radhashtami festival here. So, would you like to do Harinam first and then go back to Namami Nandanandanam and then Radhakati Kataksha and all the other bhajans that we're going to do?
We need to make sure we get Hare Krishna.
Yeah, because
solid.
as you all know, sometimes these programs and festivals can be, how do you say, stretched a little bit, like Janmashtami. From 5, was it? 5?
Yeah, 5.
5 p.m. until 1 in the morning.
Yeah.
So we won't maybe go that long this time.
We
but-
won't go that long.
Okay. So now we have come to the culmination of all of the bhajans until now. And then after Hare Krishna Mahamantra, we will call out the other specific bhajans, prayers that our Srila Gurudev required and also that are extremely beneficial for us to develop that mood of greed for Radha Dasyam. So, but all of the bhajans calling out for the purpose of coming to Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Calling out and praying to Shri Shri Radha and Krishna for their mercy, for their shelter. O Radha, O Krishna, please accept me. Please make me yours. Please engage me in your loving service. I am yours. I am yours. I am yours. And with this kind of prayer approaching Hare Krishna Mahamantra, Srila Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami guarantees that very soon Krishna Prem can and will certainly manifest in our hearts. So I'm going to give the mridanga to Rup Charan Prabhu.
Jai!
I heard you playing today. I worked him hard. We had 4 hours of kirtan straight earlier. Just be careful with it. You got it? Okay. Yeah, just play not too loud. Then it will. Particular tune?
Vipralamba. Gurudev like that too. Gurudev called this tune Vipralamba. Didn't you say to Krishna Das that he sang this? Was it this one?
Yeah. You want Vipralamba?
Do you want something happier?
Maybe a little bit.
Okay.
I know. Like Radhe Tere Charanam Ki Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Nitai Gaur Brahmanande
Hari Hari
Shri Gurudev
Bol.
Ki Jai
Jai.
Gurupar Ki Jai
Jai.
Bharam Guru Varga Ki Jai
Jai.
Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Ki
Jai.
Shri Gaur Premanande
Hari Hari
Shri
Bol.
Vishwanandani Srimati Radha Thakurani
Ki Jai.
Shri Radhashtami Mahamohotsava Ki
Ki Jai.
Dandava Pranama Vaishnavas.
Dandava Pranam.
So now we're coming to the beginning of the program. Technically. So, as I told before, Srila Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj has prescribed for us so many beautiful prayers, ashtakams, and bhajans to sing on Sri Radhashtami Mahamahotsava, calling and praying for her mercy, and for the mercy of Krishna, for the mercy of Lalita Saki, Sri Rupa Manjari, our Rupanuga Guru Varga, to please shower their mercy on us, so that even an iota, an inkling of greed, lolium, can awaken for that highest prospect, Radha Dasya, service at the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika and Krishna in the Nikunjas of Sri Vrindavan. Will you stay for some time? Will you stay for some time? More?
Yes.
Okay. Take it. So, Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tad Bhaktaya Namo Namo Ajnana Timirandhasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshurun Militam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Namam Vishnupadaya Radhikaya Priyatmane Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Narayanti Namine Namam Vishnupadaya Krishna Presthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanang Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namah Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langayate Girim Yat Kripatamaham Vande Shri Gurum Dinatarinam. First of all, I offer my Dandava Pranam. We offer our Dandava Pranam thousands of times in the dust of the lotus feet of our beloved Srila Gurudev. Nitya Lila Pravishna Vishnupad Ashtotara Shata Shri Sriman Shri Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj. In the same thousands of Dandava Pranam in the dust of the lotus feet of Nitya Lila Pravishna Vishnupad Ashtotara Shata Shri Sriman Shri Bhaktivedanta Swami Shri Prabhupada. And to all of our Rupanuga Gauriya Guru Varga. And to all Vaishnavas, past, present, and future, including all of you who are present with us today, we offer our Dandavat Pranam. Dandavat Pranam, dear Vaishnavas.
Radhe 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 Sham.
No ulus and dweeps? Okay. So, today we are observing the most auspicious day of Sri Radhashtami Mahamahotsava. That is the day, the anniversary of the appearance of Vrishabhananandini Srimati Radha Thakurani in this world. She is eternal, she is transcendental, she is the eternal consort of Krishna, but yet, for the purpose of manifesting beautiful pastimes, Krishna appears in this world along with Srimati Radhika and all of his transcendental associates for the benefit of the world, especially for the benefit of their devotees. Because the devotees relish glorifying their names, forms, qualities, pastimes, and associates. So on this day of Sri Radhashtami Mahamahotsava, we have received the great, wonderful opportunity by the mercy of our Gurudev, our Guru Varga, and our Guru Parampara, Rupanuga Guru Varga especially, to be able to remember some of their words, some of their teachings, and some of their instructions, how to observe this transcendental and holy day, this appearance day of Srimati Radha Thakurani. Do you want to start with Namami Nandanandanam, Radhika Kataksha, or do you want to go into that afterward? It's up to you.
I think you should do a little bit of Radha Tattva, Krishna Tattva, then we go into that, because that's more
Part of the...
Leela.
Okay. So, when we come to speaking about Srimati Radhika, a lot of times devotees feel quite familiar with the subject matter, so they don't feel it is necessary to speak the tattva. However, we see that our Gurudev and our Guru Varga have always spoken the tattva, and they approach very carefully these esoteric subject matters and topics. Why? Because there is a tendency of conditioned souls, meaning us, those who are bound by the four defects, illusion, imperfect senses, making mistakes, and cheating others and cheating ourselves, to minimize, unintentionally perhaps, but even then, to minimize the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. And especially we see within this current culture, or the diminishing of the culture around us, that so many have this kind of feeling that our praying, my praying for my dearly beloved person, my love and affection for whoever I'm attached to in this world, is so great that it is like the love of Shri Shri Radha and Krishna. What would our Gurudev say to such a concept? Bogus! All of our Guru Varga would shout that this is absolute, utter nonsense. Atmendriya pritivancha taribalekam, Krishnendriya priti icha dhare premanam. The desire to satisfy our own senses in this material world, this is known as lust. But the desire to satisfy the transcendental senses of Krishna, this is known as prem. Although it might appear to be similar in its appearance, Chaitanya Charitamrita states that there is a difference of heaven and hell between the two, the difference between pure gold and rusty iron. Somehow they've made this distinction that there is such a great difference, such a vast difference. It is a completely different thing. So when we speak about Srimati Radhika and her relationship with Krishna, there should be a strong structural foundation of understanding that their pastimes have not 1 cent of mundanity within them. They are completely transcendental, and they are based on pure love and affection, the highest form of transcendental prema, completely opposite to the perverted reflection in this material world, the grossest form of mundane lust. In the transcendental realm, the idea of parakiya bhav, it's called parakiya bhav for a reason. It is the bhav, the mood of parakiya. Technically, parakiya in this material world would be considered an illicit affair. In this material world, these days, it's not even frowned upon anymore. It's considered quite acceptable. But traditionally, at least 50 years ago, and maybe before that, it was considered the lowest thing that anyone could do. And it was heavily frowned upon. What to speak of 5,000 years ago, it was the most taboo thing that anyone could ever do. But when it is utilized in the service of Krishna exclusively, it is considered the highest, best, most wonderful, transcendental thing. In fact, Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has declared, Ramya Kachit Upasana Vrajavadu Vargenaya Kalpita. The highest form of service to Krishna, by which he is most pleased, and by which he himself expresses that I have no capacity to repay you for your love and affection, is that of the Brajagopis' love and service to Krishna in Parakiya Bhav, or paramour love and affection. That paramour love is prem love. So paraprema, highest love and affection. So our Guru Varga would make a very firm distinction between the two. Our bodies are made of all kinds of wonderful things covered in a nice bag known as skin. So we don't even need to go into there, but as our Srila Prabhupada would always say, pus, blood, stool, mucus, bile, flesh, and all sorts of marrow and bones and all sorts of nasty things, and then a nice thin layer covering it. Oh, beautiful package. But it is all doomed to eventually rot and then dwindle and cease to exist. So this is the nature of this material world and our attachments within this material world. And the transcendental realm, the pastimes of Krishna, Srimati Radhika, all of the associates of Krishna, they're all transcendental, they're all eternal. They're not subject to decease or decay or anything like that. It is completely different. We've all heard the story of Sleeping Beauty. I'm not going to go into it, but there was a man who was obsessed with a beautiful woman in the forest, and he begged, please, can you accept me? I can't live without you.
Sleeping Beauty?
Not Sleeping Beauty. Liquid Beauty. Liquid Beauty.
Yeah, because I know the story of Sleeping Beauty.
I don't. But Liquid Beauty. It's okay. It's also sleeping. It is the pure mode of ignorance. So, Liquid Beauty. I may have seen it once.
Sorry. I just wanted to make
It's
sure.
okay. She needs to call me out on my tuckfa. I gave the full approval the other day.
I know my fairy tales.
I don't. Sorry.
Go on. So Liquid Beauty.
Liquid Beauty. So there was a beautiful woman living in the forest, and this man coming through, he saw her and he was just like, oh my God, I need to have you, please, will you accept me, please? And she said, yes, okay, but come back in 1 week. During that week, she took so many purgatives and laxatives, and everything that came out of her body, she kept in pots. And when he came back to find her, he was searching everywhere. He only saw one haggard, old, skinny-looking lady whose hair and teeth were falling out. And he's like, what is that horrible smell, and where's that beautiful lady who was here previously? And she pointed to all of the pots. She said, that is all the beauty you saw, and I am that same person. They used to perform this drama for the devotees regularly, just teaching us that this material body is really a lump of ignorance. It is not transcendental. So when we are speaking of the pastimes of Sri Radha and Krishna, we should understand that it is completely divine and transcendental with no touch of the inebriety of this material world. No sense of a mood that I am the enjoyer. Krishna is the supreme enjoyer. Ekala Ishvara Krishna Ar Sababritya. And everything and everyone else is for him and for his purpose. Interestingly enough, although we glorify Srimati Radhika as the superior personality of Godhead, yet she is also expressly for his purpose. He is known as Vishai Bhagavan. And all others are to serve his tendency to enjoy. And he is perfect and complete in his Vishai nature. So Vishai means the enjoyment form of Godhead. And she is Ashray Tattva, who supplies and fulfills all of his transcendental desires. Does he have any desires? He's Atmaram and Aptakam. Atmaram means self-satisfied. Aptakam means there's no desire unfulfilled outside of himself. Well then, why does he need Srimati Radhika? Or anyone else for that matter? We should understand that she is not different from him. Ekatma. They are one soul. Srimati Radhika herself declares this in Prem Samput, that we are like one lotus stem manifesting two lotuses. You see the lotuses on the altar there. One lotus stem, but two lotuses. So we are the same soul. Radha Krishna Pranaya Vikriti Radhini Shakti Rasmad Ekatma. Although they are one Atma, for the purpose of experiencing the exchange of love and affection, Pranaya Vikriti, they are eternally manifest in two forms. Really, Srimati Radhika is the Adhishtatri Devata of Krishna's Hladini Shakti, or pleasure potency. She is the medium by which Krishna experiences love, pleasure, happiness. All of these kinds of things. Ananda, she is that medium. And yet, she is not different from him, but for the purpose of experiencing that, they are in two forms. Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita states emphatically, Radha Purna Shakti, Krishna Purna Shaktiman, Dui Vastu Bhedanai, Shastra Paraman. According to all revealed scriptures, Srimati Radhika is the complete potency of Krishna. And Krishna is the complete possessor of all potencies. Dui Vastu Bhedanai. Between these two transcendental personalities, Vedanai, there is no difference. Shastra tells, Mrigavara Taraganda Jaiche Aviche. Just as musk and the scent of musk, there's no meaning to one without the other. If I tell you musk, musk means the scent of musk. And if I say the scent of musk, well, it needs to have its source. Or fire and its heat. You cannot separate fire from heat, or heat from fire. Fire and heat. This heat is its principle. So just as fire and heat, or heat is inseparable from fire, yet they have their own particular specialities, you can say. So there is no difference between Radha and Krishna. But for the pleasure of tasting pastimes, they are eternally separated. According to Sri Brahma Samhita, Srimati Radhika is manifested from Krishna. We hear the pastime of how how Krishna was alone in Vangshivat, and he was playing his flute, desiring to dance on that beautiful full moon night of Sharad Purnima, as the moon was reddish and was kissing the sky. At that time, desiring to dance, something manifested from his own form, desiring to taste the rasa. And from his own form, this beautiful damsel manifested. And immediately she ran toward him with intense greed to love him and serve him. So this is the meaning of the name Radha. Ra means anurag, deep loving attachment, attraction, desire to serve and please. And dha means dhavati, to run very fast. Srila Gurudev, I was reading from him today, that as she was running toward him, he was running toward her. But this is the meaning of Radha. Radhe Jaya Jaya Madhava Dayate. So this Ra and Dha, Rad Bhavati. This is Anurag and Dhavati, running to Krishna to satisfy his every desire. So, Sri Brahma Samhita states, Ananda Chinmaya Rasa Pratibhavita Vistabirya Eva Nija Rupataya Kalabhi Goloka Eva Nivasatya Kilatma Bhuto Govindam Adi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami. Our Srila Gurudev, every time he would speak Radha Tattva, I took it down in my notes. I mean, Ananda Chinmaya, I would write it down. I remember, because I stopped being able to write down every detail, but all of the primary shlokas I would write down, and again, this verse keeps coming up. What is that? She is the manifestation of his Ananda potency. She is Ananda itself, bliss, happiness, love, and affection. So she has manifested from Krishna and from her own form, Nija Rupataya Kalabhi. Unlimited gopis are manifesting. All manifestations of her own moods of love and affection for Krishna, resembling her own spiritual figure. Why? Because she knows how to please Krishna, how to serve Krishna in every way. Bahu kanta binanahe raser ulas. Without many beloveds, rasa cannot find its ultimate apex, its ultimate peak. And she always desires how to please Krishna. This is her intrinsic nature. Even her contrariness, her opposite mood, her man or anything. So many people, they come here and they're very eager. Oh, everyone's saying Radhe, Radhe. Oh, this is the place of Radharani. And then they start reading about her. Oh, she's exhibiting man, she's contrary, she walks away from Krishna, Krishna's running after her crying, and why does she do that to him? They just can't understand it, especially if they're coming from a place of Aishwarya Bhav, from Aishwarya Dham. Everyone is serving Bhagavan, everyone is serving Krishna. Why is she causing him so much difficulty? Why is she walking the opposite way? But she knows explicitly within her heart, and she understands that without doing that, Krishna's happiness, exhilaration will not achieve its ultimate peak. If something is easy to get, it's not so interesting. If something is difficult to get or very rare, oh, it becomes a source of deep attraction. Radha Prem makes Krishna mad. Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj tells, he becomes so obsessed, so completely focused, because she is I'm going to say transcendentally playing these mon games with his heart and with his mind, completely bewildering him and casting him into amorous delusion. Krishna cannot even keep himself standing straight. He drops his flute, drops his crown, and he runs after her, begging for her mercy, for the shade of her lotus feet. She knows how to perfectly please Krishna in every way. So her nature is completely divine and transcendental. She is not anything ordinary, no ordinary mundane girl or anything like this. She's completely transcendental through and through, Krishna's eternal Shakti. And there's so much more to tell about Srimati Radhika. And we will tell more tattva in between, also the Leela. So now?
You said you wanted to do a little of that and then sing?
Sure.
So what?
I just remember on Janmashtami I spoke for like an hour and a half of tattva.
But it was like 8 hours of a class.
But by the time we went like getting closer, we had to compress everything, all of the pastimes and Leela, so I don't want to do that today.
So should we do Sakhi Kalaya Goram or that after?
After.
Okay, so then
So Srila Gurudev said, if you want to please Srimati Radhika, you should sing Namami Nandanandanam. If you want to please Krishna, you should sing Radha Kripakataksha Stavaraja. That means Munindra Vrindavandite with Kadakarisha Sihamam Kripakataksha Bhajanam. And if you want to please both of them together, then Sakhe Kalaya Goramudaram. Right? Gora is Radha Krishna together. That verse I told previously, I only told up to Ekatma. Api bhuvi pura deha bedam katoto chaitanyakyam prakatamaduram tadvayam chekyamatam radha bhava duty sibalitam nomi Krishna swarupam. So although they are one soul, they have eternally separated in the forms of Shri Radha and Krishna. But again, they have manifested together in one form, in the form of Prem Purushottam, Shri Sachinandan Gaura Hari, known as Chaitanya, Chaitanyakyam, Prakatamaduna Tadvayam Chekyamaptam. Who is he? He is Krishna himself, Nomi Krishna Swarupam, but endeavoring, desiring to experience the bhavs, the moods of Srimati Radhika's love and affection for himself. Radha Bhava Duty Subalit. Therefore, desiring and endeavoring to taste her bhavs, he has become Gauranga, means duty, her complexion, duty Subalit. So this is a speciality of that particular verse that I was referencing before. So Sakhe Kalaya Goramudaram.
No.
Sorry, that's the one we will chant third. So now we will call out to Krishna in the form of Sri Nandanandashtakam. Do you remember anything else that Gurudev said about Nandanandashtakam in this case?
No, just that this was actually sung by the gopis in Srimati Radhika. Sometimes it says from an unknown author, but Gurudev said that this is sung by the gopis and it attracts Krishna to come to them. And that the Radha Kripakataksha Stavaraja that we'll sing after this is actually sung by the Manjaris. And that Gopishwar Mahadev heard Rupa Manjari singing this and brought it straight into her heart, and then later as Mahadev told Gauri this Ashtakam. So Gurudev is very emphatic. I listen to him every day, and when this bhajan comes up, whether it's within a darshan, generally a darshan, he always tells how Krishna asked them to sing this. Oh, I don't remember, what is that song that you sang? How does it go? And they sing Radha Kripakataksha Stavaraja. So this is also an intimate telling of our Gurudev. Not everyone knows this. Kishori once told that, and then a devotee asked a sannyasi, and they said, I've never heard that. I've never heard it. They didn't believe it. So we started sending them lectures of Gurudev telling it. Usually he would tell it in a darshan, I believe, not in a public assembly, because when he would do those, these ashtakams, usually it was during Kartik, and we would be singing them in Damodar Ashtakam, and we had to get through many. So he didn't go into the ashtakams at that time. But privately, at other times, every time he spoke on it, he would say the manjaris were singing that.
And which verse Krishna made? Or do you want to
We're
tell
going
that
to
later?
tell that after.
Do you know the to-be? Do we tell them? No? Should I play harmonium or should I play mridanga? In this case, he doesn't know the to-be.
I don't know, the harmonium's nice, just play
Okay,
it.
because we have kartals, so we can do it. Okay, so page 289, Srinandanandashtakam, followed by page 285, which is Radha Kripa Kataksha Stavaraja, then followed by Sakhe Kalaya Gaudamada.
We're going to do them all in a row.
No, it depends on the inspiration you have to share from Guru. Namami Nandanandanam, 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 Sucharum Vatramangalam, Sukarnaratnakundalam, Suchajitam Gajandanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Sunirbhavetra Pankajam, Shimishikandamudajam, Anangagoti Mohanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Sunasikagramokikam, Sajjandadantamantikam, Namambudam Gajikaram, Namami Nandanandanam, Karinave Nuranjito, Ganikalindraganjita, Nugulapita Shobhanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Vibhanga Sundaram, Nakaduni Shubhakaram, Amulyaratnabhusharam, Namami Nandanandanam, Sugandharam Dashorabham, Puronirajito Shubham, Surajivatsalanchalam, Namami Nandanandanam, Vrindavanasudhakaram, Vilasanubhamasasam, Surendragarvamochanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Brajanvanasudayakam, Sadasudapradayakam, Jaganmanakarohanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Srinandanandashtakam, Bhatendra Shraddhayantritam, Varebhavavidushtaram, Nathetanam Virumakam, Namami Nandanandanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Namami Nandanandanam, Namami Nandanandanam. Now Munindra Vrindavandite, which you can find on page 285, Sri Radha Kripkataksha Stavaraja. Indra Vrindavandite, Triloka Shokaharini, Prasanna Vadrapankaje, Nikunja Bhuvilasini, Brajendra
Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, he said that upon hearing the Manjaris and Sakhis singing this in glorification of Srimati Radhika, that the very last verse, Krishna himself gave the benediction. It says, O daughter of Vrishabhanu, upon hearing this wonderful prayer, please make me qualified to perpetually receive your merciful sidelong glance. By your mercy, my 3 types of karma will be destroyed, and at that moment I will enter the circle of the son of the king of Braj and his dearmost Sakhis. Sri Krishna promised that if on Ekadashi you go to Radhakund neck deep in the waters of her kund and you chant this ashtakam, that certainly Krishna will come before you. But really we have to do it with mood, with sincerity. That's not till after that pastime.
Okay.
I just wanted to, because you told about Radha Tattva, I wanted to give a little bit of the mood of Srimati Radhika's appearance in this world. So, a few weeks ago, Krishna was born to Nanda and Yashoda. It is said that when Krishna was born, a certain kind of prem was also born within the hearts of the Brajavasis, something they had never felt before. It's called Vatsalya Prem. A mood entered their heart, and it was the love of a parent for Krishna that was so overwhelming that even more than their own sons and daughters, and the cows even more than their own calves, every creature was imbued with a kind of nectar of love for Krishna that they had never experienced before. All the Brajavasis, as we heard on Janmashtami, Nanda and Yashoda had been trying for so many, many years to have a child, and she couldn't. So Nanda and Yashoda and all of the Brajavasis for 1 year performed Dwadashi Vrat. And finally, it came from the heavens to Nanda Baba that he should tell mantra to Yashoda Mai. And he told her this mantra, and very quickly she became pregnant. So everyone was celebrating when Krishna was born. Every person felt, my own near and dear one has taken birth today. Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda Maya's dearest friends, Kirtida Sundari and Vrishabhanu Maharaj, came from Varshana. They also wanted to see this beautiful little boy. When Vrishabhanu Maharaj picked up that beautiful baby boy, he looked at him and he thought, my own son has been born today. It is like the fruit of my own heart has taken a form. But then fear entered him. He thought, this child is so extraordinarily uncommon. He will not have any equal in this world. There is none to match him. He is like a beautiful sapphire that has been uncovered, or like a very dark blue rain cloud that has come to the earth. And he thought, but really, a beautiful sapphire is only truly beautiful. You can really see how exceptional it is when it is in a golden setting. And that beautiful monsoon rain cloud is only truly extraordinary when it is hit by lightning and you can see it shine. So he felt fear. This child will have no worthy companion. And all of the jewels and all of those precious things that I brought in honor of the birth of this Nanda Dulal is nothing. It's like dirt and sand in comparison. I need to have something that is qualified to offer this baby boy. So when he left Nanda and Yashoda's palace, he went back to his place, and within his heart was like a churning ocean of milk and honey. This churning was starting to produce something very, very extraordinary, the desire of his own heart. Praying and praying, when will that day come? Well, I can give him something worthy of him. One day, he went to Vrishabhanu Kund. Actually, every day he would go there. And the chosen deity of their lineage was the sun god. So every morning he would go and he would stand in Vrishabhanu Kund, and there he would worship the sun god. This day, today, he stood there and he began to worship the sun, but he saw something extraordinary. A very beautiful 1,000-petaled golden lotus began to open in front of him. What is that? I've never seen such a beautiful lotus. Quickly he went toward it, and inside he saw the most beautiful, extraordinary golden baby girl. He picked her up and he thought, it is as if my own heart's desire has taken form. Now she is in front of me. This little child, this little girl, is the perfect setting for that dark sapphire. She is the perfect setting. She is like that lightning strike on that monsoon cloud like Krishna. So he took her to his heart and he brought her home to Kirtida. Everyone was celebrating, but they were a little bit shy. They were feeling somewhat sad because she didn't open her eyes. They thought she was blind. It is said that at this time Narad Rishi also knew Krishna's Shakti has taken birth, and he went searching for her. So he went to Vrishabhanu's place. Oh, do you have any children I want to bless? Oh, we have one son. Oh, do you maybe have a daughter? And they said, oh, we have a daughter, but she's blind. He said, no harm, let me see, let me bless her. Immediately upon seeing this baby girl, he realized that this was the Shakti of Krishna, that that form was Mahabhav Swarupini, Srimati Radhika. And without anyone else noticing, she gave him darshan of her Kishori form, showing, yes, you are right, I'm here. So Narad had to compose himself, and then he began to bless this baby girl of Vrishabhanu Maharaj. So he said, you should hold a big mahotsav, and you should invite Nanda and Yashoda and all to come, because like I said, they were feeling somewhat, it's inauspicious if she's blind, she won't open her eyes. But he said, no, hold a huge mahotsav and call all to come. So immediately they did. And Nanda Yashoda brought their little baby Krishna, Baladev, all were coming. And with them they were bringing so many treasures to offer to this baby girl. They saw how beautiful she was, such perfection. And she was lying in a little cot, like one of those little swinging cots. It is said at that time, her eyes were remaining closed, just how we heard that Baladev Prabhu, until Krishna was in front of him, he didn't open his eyes. The same thing. Krishna crawled over and he looked inside that cot and he saw Radhika. Looking at her, he was like a spellbound baby just staring. What is this golden thing? Is it butter? What is this?
It is butter.
He's looking, oh, how beautiful. How tasty is this butter? Looking, all of a sudden, Srimati Radhika smelled the scent of Krishna. And immediately she opened her eyes. And that was the first thing that she saw was darshan of Krishna. Everybody became so joyful. She's opened her eyes, and how beautiful is she? So a huge celebration went all over Varshana, all over Gokul, all over Braj. Everyone was celebrating. Everyone understood she is the match for Krishna. Even Srimati Radhika and Krishna understood. Growing up when they were children, oh, you were meant for me and I was meant for you. Even though they were playing, they didn't have those moods arising in their heart. Everyone knew she is the only qualified one for him. It is said that when the gopis would be playing house when they were children, Srimati Radhika would be playing, and they would have little dolls, and they would be pretending, oh, this is my house, and I'm married to Krishna, and they would be playing house, but thinking Krishna will be my husband. And it is said that Krishna would come when he would see them do that, he would kick their houses down. He would break them down, because within the deep heart of Krishna, whether he knew it or not at the time, he didn't want that kind of mood with them. As he stated before, he wanted that parakya ras. Because marriage can become somewhat boring. You're just sitting there with your person. There's nothing new, nothing fresh. What happens? That wife thinks, oh, I'm dependent on my husband. Then they have children. We hear how in Dwarka, each one of Krishna's queens has 10 sons and 1 daughter. They have a palace, they have maidservants, they have duties, they have in-laws. So Krishna isn't first and foremost, not one-pointed. Even though they love Krishna with everything, they still have to take care of their children, they have to feed them, they have so many other obligations and loves. But Krishna wanted one-pointed love and affection here in Braj. So Krishna would kick down those toy houses and they would become upset. And Krishna would be laughing like a naughty boy, but really there is a significance there. It so happened that everybody decided Radha and Krishna will marry. Everyone was celebrating. It was known. Now they're old enough and they will marry.
Even that in Nandagaon, the time you showed up with.
Yes, in Pili Pokar we hear how she washed her hands because she was at Nandagaon cooking for Krishna. And one of the signs of marriage, they have like a turmeric ceremony. I think turmeric and honey, and they put it on the bride. So this is a sign that I want you to be my daughter-in-law. So Mother Yashoda smeared her hands with turmeric. Srimati Radhika's hands with turmeric. And she didn't really understand at the time. And one of her sakis said, do you know what it means? It means she's telling you you will be her daughter-in-law. And within her heart, Srimati Radhika became so happy. But she became shy. She's a little girl and she hasn't yet had this communication with Krishna. And so she became shy and she ran to that place, Pili Pokar, and she washed her hands in that kund. And everything there became saturated with that mood. So it became Pili. It became yellow. So what happened? When everybody was really understanding, yes, these two will marry. It must be Purnamasi, who is basically the desire potency of Krishna. She makes everything happen before he even understands what his desire really is. Purnamasi understands, and she makes every arrangement for Krishna's happiness.
Is she like a manifestation of Yogamaya?
She is a manifestation of Yogamaya and of Vrinda Devi.
So basically she understands his heart and just arranges everything.
She arranges everything, even like I said, what he doesn't even know he wants. Of course he thinks he wants to be married to Radhika, but actually he doesn't. But within his heart, he doesn't want her to marry someone else.
Right.
He wants to be with her. They only want to be together. That is the thing. As Kishori Mohan Prabhu explained, they are one Atma. When you separate something that is intrinsically one, the necessity and the tension to come back together is so strong. And that tension to come back together is Leela.
It's the realm of all rasa.
That is the realm of rasa, of Leela. And without that, if they're always together, then he could be one. Like this. So they all knew. Now they will be married. So Purnamasi came and she did their charts in the dust of Braj. She's marking out their birth charts and seeing. And she became very serious. And she said, oh, she said they are compatible in every single way. They are perfect for each other, but there's one thing. There's one kind of mull, one kind of blemish. And she said, and I can't tell which one it will be. She said, but if these two marry, one of them will die. So they can't marry. She said, and I can't tell who it will be. even, but one of them. Such devastation took place in the heart of Srimati Radhika and Krishna. So we understand that this is the place of Leela. If they were to be married, then it would be like Dwarka. They would have that marriage mood and they would have servants and it would just be awe in reverence. So there is a place like that within the realm of Goloka Vrindavan. But this isn't where Krishna finds his dynamic happiness. Only in this kind of a realm where there is Parakya Bhav, where Srimati Radhika had to marry a manifestation of Krishna named Abhimanyu. It's Krishna in this form because no other male person can come near her or the gopis. Krishna is manifesting. And we also know that when Brahma stole the cows and the cowherd boys, at that time, the marriages for all of the young girls were done, and Krishna, in the form of all the cowherd boys, married the gopis.
Because he manifested himself as all of the cowherd boys for 1 year, while Brahma had taken the original cowherd boys and kept them in a cave, and Krishna manifested himself as all of those cowherd boys. And Purnamasi said, now is the right time for all of these marriages to be done, and so all of those gopis unknowingly were married to Krishna, but they don't think they are. Therefore, their bhav is parakya bhav.
Yes. So within this mood of parakya is where Krishna finds so much happiness, because everywhere else, Krishna is worshipped with awe and reverence. He is worshipped with grandeur and great pomp and festivities. But in Braja, we find that Krishna is actually subservient to his devotees because of their love. You'll hear in so many of our Gurudev's lectures, he'll say, you will be able to control Krishna with love and affection. And sometimes you hear devotees saying, why would we want to control Krishna? Why would we want to do that? It means that love is controlling Krishna. He becomes subservient to love. There is nothing more powerful than love in Braj.
So why would we want to control him then?
Because Gurudev said to actually love Krishna the way that makes him happy would mean that we would have to love him more than he loves us, and that controls him. Just like...
So that means we want to control him because that control can only be done with love, and that's
what
pleasing
pleases
to him.
Just like the elderly gopis. They are actually controlling Krishna. This is why he has become a thief. Because their love is such that when they're churning yogurt, they're only thinking Krishna will come and he will steal this. He has enough butter in his own house. His father has 9 lakh cows, and there are so many cows everywhere. He doesn't need to actually be a thief, but yet their love is controlling him and drawing him to their houses, to where he has to steal their heart by any means possible. And this for them is so enjoyable that they think, even Yashoda doesn't get to have this kind of a relationship. Let's go and complain to her, just so that she can hear how adorable and how sweet his Leela is, because he never has this Leela with her. They think they have more than even Mother Yashoda, because he's just living in her house, but he comes to mine, to thieve from me. He plays with me. He doesn't do that with her. We should go and tell her the sweet Leela of Krishna. So we understand that Srimati Radhika is that personality that completely and utterly controls Krishna. She is his love potency, and she is, her body, her form is made of Madanakya Mahabhav. Just how Kishori Mohan Prabhu was saying, we're made of blood and pus and stool and urine and bone and marrow and all kinds of horrific things in a bag that may look okay for the time being, but it won't for long. That's what we are composed of. The Atma is not, but these bodies are. Her body, Krishna's body, the Brajabasis of transcendental Braj, they are all made of bhav. They are made of their love for Krishna. Their bodies are made of that. So she is the personification of the love potency of Krishna. How can that not control her? Earlier, Kishori Mohan Prabhu was saying that devotees sometimes ask, why does she make Krishna cry? Why does she make Krishna run after him? Not only devotees of this realm, but actually even Srimati Radhika's greatest rival, Chandravali. She's also saying, Srimati Radhika doesn't know how to love Krishna. She's always making him cry. She's always making him run after. Why does she behave like this? She should have this mood to give him anything. So I know the science of love more than she does. But actually, when Srimati Radhika is performing any activity, everything is for the pleasure of Krishna. When she's decorating herself, when she's looking in a certain direction, every part of her being is love of Krishna. There is nothing separate from Krishna for her. So everything she does is ultimately for his pleasure. She cannot act otherwise. It is her nature. It is what she is made of. So even if she wants to turn toward Krishna and run to him, that contrary mood will take over her, because without her even understanding, every particle of her understands that if I just run to him and he understands the mood of my heart, then everything will be lost. Mm-hmm. Everything will be lost. Our Gurudev would say, the moment you say I love you, all the sweetness, all the beauty is gone. Today, I heard one Vaishnava, or I read, I don't remember where I read so much, but one Vaishnava was saying that Srimati Radhika is telling the language of love is such that when you say, no, I don't want to see Krishna, it actually means immediately take me to see Krishna. When you rebuke your beloved, that is actually showing reverence.
She was telling Lalita Sakhi.
She was telling this to Lalita Sakhi because Lalita Sakhi was saying, come, let's go, it's time for Abhisar with Krishna. And she said, no, I don't want to see Krishna. And Lalita Devi was like, but we've made an arrangement. We've made all of this possible. We've gone through so much to bring you there. And now you have this open way and you don't want to go? And Srimati Radhika said, oh, Lalita, you don't know the language of love. In that language, when the lover says no, really it means yes. When the lover is rebuking the beloved, that is actually showing respect to them. When you want to say everything, but you are silent, that is what they hear more than if you spoke words. She was giving all of these implications of what love means, and it's all opposite of what we think. Like there, every word is a song, every step is a dance, we hear that. But everything is sort of in reverse from here.
You told me about this lotus petal, lotus, thousands of petals.
So Srimati Radhika...
The silence example.
Right. So this is an example of silence. Srimati Radhika was brought by her Sakhis to meet with Krishna. So she's going with them, and within her heart she's so excited, and her mood is running ahead of her. It means that her golden effulgence is running forward in front of her, and Krishna knows she's coming. So, but when she sees him, she stops, and she became stunned, and she couldn't move. Tears came to her eyes, and she turned and she sat down. Krishna was playing his flute, and he was with Madhu Mangal. And he stopped playing his flute, looking at her, and he also got tears in his eyes, and his hair stood on end. And he grabbed the arm of Madhu Mangal and he said, brother, why somehow arrange a meeting? I can't just go to her when she's in this mood. She would rebuke him and say, get away, and he would have to. So Madhu Mangal went to Jamuna, and he saw 1,000-petaled lotus. And immediately, within Jamuna, he took that out, and he brought it to Krishna. Let me see if I can remember correctly. It is said that with the honey of the bees, that was the ink for Krishna's message. The arrow of Cupid was like the pen of the message that Krishna wanted to write, and there were some other things I can't remember. I didn't plan on telling this. And so nothing was actually written, but the bhav of Krishna was implanted there. So Krishna went to Jamuna and he put that lotus in Jamuna, and Krishna, Radhika's Sakis, they saw that lotus started floating down the Jamuna, and Vishaka Saki, whose birthday it is today also, went and took that lotus and brought it to Srimati Radhika. She held that lotus and then she spoke to her Sakis. It is said that she read each petal of that 1,000-petaled lotus flower 1,000 times. And she said, well, what did I tell you she said something of the effect that everything that was written in there should be reverberated throughout Braj forever and ever, something like that. And she was saying how this lotus and Jamuna were the meeting of Radha and Krishna, and that should be like a kind of reverberation forever, that you can meet at Jamuna or at a lotus. All of this is stimuli for the remembrance of Radha and Krishna. She read everything, thousands of messages in each petal, but there was nothing written. There was another...
That's an example of communication via silence.
Yes, there's another one, I don't know if you remember this, that one day Srimati Radhika, she was in great separation from Krishna and she wanted to write a letter. And she sat down and began to write his name and couldn't write anything. Nothing was written on it. And she just became stunned, remembering Krishna, and tears came from her eyes and fell on the paper. Lalita Sakhi saw, and after 5 minutes of this beautiful message, she said, "That's perfect." And she folded it up, she gave it to any Kinkari, and they brought it to Krishna. And Krishna saw, and he opened it up, and he became completely overwhelmed. And his sakhas were like, "What is that? There's nothing on it. What's wrong with you? Why are you going crazy over a blank piece of paper?" And he told that Kinkari, "Tell her that I understand everything." By a blank piece of paper, because she couldn't write anything. But because of that, he saw that she started trying. There was a small smudge of ink and nothing else, and Krishna read every mood of her heart just because of that. So we sang Radha Kripa Kataksha Stava Raja. And so should I just jump to that story that Gurudev told?
History.
So we all have heard, especially our Srila Gurudev, and I believe Srimad Bhagavatam is telling, that when there was a very huge eclipse, everyone in Dwarka, everyone everywhere, Srila Gurudev said, they all went to Kurukshetra to honor this eclipse and to bathe. The Brajavasis also went. Nanda, Yashoda, Srimati Radhika, all went. I don't know, I'm remembering now, there's a verse, I don't remember it, but Srila Raghunath Das Goswami is saying, even if Krishna himself were to call me to Dwarka, I would never go. I wouldn't even dream of going for a second. But if in divine madness Srimati Radhika were to go to Dwarka, then I would run there faster than Garuda. So
this is one pointedness to their Swamini.
So Srimati Radhika went with all of the Brajavasis. Gurudev said, even from Indraprasth, all came. Arjuna, Bhishma, all were there. So Krishna was there with all of his queens. And they were doing yagyas, and all rishis came. Narada Muni was there. And Krishna's one main queen, Satyabhama, she's actually the manifestation of Srimati Radhika in Dwarka. So Satyabhama, she becomes so overwhelmed with happiness at doing these yagyas and the auspiciousness for Krishna. She said to Krishna, I want to give your weight in gold to any perfected person, anyone who is highly qualified. I want to give that, your weight in gold. And Krishna said, okay, who will it be? And so with great happiness in her heart, Satyabhama went to Narad Rishi. She said, Naradji, I want to give you Krishna's weight in gold. And Naradji said, yes, okay, let's do it. Let's make a scale. So they made a very large scale. And on one side, they had Krishna sitting down, and then on another side, the queens, especially Satyabhama, had brought so many riches from Dwarka. And so they started to get all of these beautiful treasures and put them one after another on top of this other side of the scale. Krishna wasn't budging, not even an inch. Finally, everything she brought was there, and it didn't move. Then she took her own jewelry off. She put that there. The scale didn't move. Finally, she ran to all of the other 16,107 queens, Gurudev said, and begged them, I'm going to lose Krishna for all of us because I said I would give his weight in gold to Naradji. And they thought, oh no, let's go. So they ran with everything they brought, everything they were wearing, and they were putting that on the scale. The scale wouldn't move. Satyabhama, she said, what do I do? What do I do to Krishna? Krishna said, I don't know, maybe you need to ask Narad Rishi. Narad was laughing and he said, ha ha ha, now I will take Krishna because there is nothing that will
Equal his
shift the scale. He said, I will make him a renunciate, I will make him my disciple.
Oh my gosh.
He said, and guess what? I will never let him
He
go.
said, I'll give him sannyas.
Yes, I will make him a renunciate. I will give him sannyas and I'll never let him go. And so Narad was laughing and happy. And Satyabhama went to him and she begged him, Naradji, please give me the intelligence in what to do here. Please help me. And Naradji was somewhat of a troublemaker, but he wanted to help her. So he said, in a lonely place, Srimati Radhika is sitting there feeling some separation. You should go there and you should ask her for your help, for her help. Gurudev said immediately, Satyabhama thought, why should I go to her? She's just a village girl. I'm more qualified than her. She just is in a little village, but look, I'm educated and I have so many beautiful clothes and things and I'm a queen. But if Naradji said, then I should do it. So she went. She went in a very humble mood, Gurudev said. She wore some humble clothes. And she went before Srimati Radhika, who was sitting down, feeling separation from Krishna. Satyabhama went and offered her pranam. And Radhika looked at her. And Satyabhama said, oh, Radhika, please help me. I'm in a desperate situation and I need your help. Radhika smiled slightly at her and said, who are you? And she said, my name is Satyabhama. And Gurudev said that Radhika said, oh, I've heard of you. I've heard about you. And she said, what's wrong? And so Satyabhama told her what was happening, and all of them were about to lose Krishna. Srimati Radhika understands what it is like to be in separation from Krishna. And she couldn't bear the idea of that kind of pain, of that kind of like a death to come to anyone else. And she asked her, tell me what you've done. And she said, we've taken everything, all the jewels, all the gold, everything that we've brought. Nothing will move the scale. And Srimati Radhika, Gurudev said, then she said, Acha, I'm coming. But actually then he goes on and says, she told Satyabhama, remove every bit of that gold, all that treasure off of that scale. Just completely remove it. And she took one tulsi leaf from Vrindavan. And because her eyes were always weeping in separation from Krishna, one tear she offered. And she gave that to Satyabhama and said, remove all of that and put this in its place. Satyabhama was shocked, but she understood something else is going on here. That Nard told her to go to Radhika, and then she's giving a tulsi leaf with a tear. So she took that like a treasure, and she went, and they removed all of the jewels and the gold and the treasure, and she took that tulsi leaf and she put it on a scale, and Gurudev said immediately Krishna went so high up, and all were astonished. And then Krishna, he said, okay, take me down. So they brought him down, and Krishna said, what is this? What happened? And Satyabhama told Krishna that she went to Radhika and she gave her tear and the tulsi leaf. And immediately Gurudev said, Krishna began to recite Mukeshwari, Kriyeshwari, Swadeshwari, Sureshwari, Triveda Bharatishwari, Pramana Shashaneshwari, Rameshwari, Kshameshwari, Pramoda Kalaneshwari, Rajeshwari, Rajadhipe, Shiradhike, Namostude.
So this prayer was manifested by Krishna himself at that time. O mistress of all kinds of sacrifices, of all activities, of the mantras uttered during yajna, of all the gods, of the teachings of the three Vedas, of the enforcement of all scriptural principles, of the goddess of fortune, of forgiveness, and of the delightful forests of Vrindavan. O mistress and empress of Braj, O Srimati Radhika, I offer my pranam unto you.
He said this in front of all, and everyone was able to understand how great is the glory of Srimati Radhika. But this also reminded me, once Vrindavan Vilasini, I think it was, asked Gurudev what she can offer. And he said, I just want, was it her, 2 tears?
I don't know if it was her.
Who
2
was
tears?
it? Who was it? Somebody, he said 2 tears, meaning from each eye. And I just thought, you know how beautiful that is. No matter how much wealth, how much opulence we can serve Guru and Krishna with, they don't want those things. What is the beauty of this world in comparison to Krishna Prem?
Right.
So our Gurudev is saying just 2 tears. Like this, how much weight 1 tulsi leaf and a tear of Srimati Radhika was. All the wealth in the entire universe wouldn't be able to stand next to that. And Krishna showed.
Srila Gurudev told that Krishna likes 1 tear more than 1,000 words. If we cry for Krishna as we chant his names, his heart will melt and he will bestow his mercy. We should pray with our hearts. Our words and hearts should be one. When we pray, our heart should emanate from our bodies in the shape of tears. And then the fruit will come. We cannot achieve this without the mercy of Krishna or any of his special associates. We are able to weep for worldly things, but not for bhakti. We are able to perform external services, but we don't know how to weep. We should want to weep from our hearts as we call out, O Radhe, O Krishna, O Gurudev. Beautiful.
A kirtan?
Sakhe Kalai Gauramudara.
Okay. Do you know what page?
And Dandava Pranam, all Vaishnavas who are present.
Dandava
You can play drum for this one? Sakhe Kalai Gauramudara.
Pranam. I'm not going to sing on this one because it goes way too high.
Then I can play drum for it. Can you please hand me the drum?
I need to sit a little differently.
So what page is Sakhe Kalai Gauramudara? Srila Gurudev said if you want to please both Radha and Krishna, then you should sing this bhajan, calling out for the mercy of Sri Sachinandan Gaura Hari.
Where is it?
Page 340. 340.
Are we gonna do it?
340.
340.
340. 340. Yes, it does go very high.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll keep it together with the Tankura. Let's see. by Sri Radha Mohan Das. Sakhe Kalaya Gauramudara, page 340.
And if you don't have the book, Savitri Chaprala is putting the lyrics now. So just look for her name at the bottom of the thread and you'll find that she's posting all. Thank you, Sudevi.
Sakhe Kalaya Gauramudara.
So one day, Krishna had gone out grazing the cows with his sakhas, with his boyfriends, and they went into a kunja, I forgot what it is called, a particular forest. But they were sitting there, and Sridham, Subal, they decided that let's make Krishna the king of Vrindavan. Krishna thought, yeah, that's a good idea. So they all started, they set him on a throne, and they put a crown on him, and they did all kinds of, it was for play, but still, they decided Krishna's the king of Vrindavan. So Krishna said, you should go and proclaim it everywhere, that I am the king of Vrindavan. And he said also, you should let it be known that if, even in the past, there have been wicked ladies who are going and picking flowers without my permission, they will have to be brought here and be subjugated by me, and they will have to pay tax. So tell it everywhere. So Madhumango, Sridham, Subal, Arjun all went out and started to proclaim that Krishna is the king of Braj. Madhumango went to the trees, told the trees, he told schools of fish. They're all, okay, Krishna's the king. Went to the deers, he went everywhere. But, unbeknownst to him, there were some gopis, some manjaris who heard this proclamation. They started to burn in anger. How dare he? Immediately they ran to Lalita Sakhi. They said, do you know what? Do you know what they're saying? And she told that we are going to have to pay taxes and he will subjugate us. And they're saying that we will be punished severely for picking flowers. And at that time, when they had told Sri Lalita Sakhi, she was decorating Srimati Radhika and was just about to put like a sort of crown on her head. But she started to shake because she was so angry that she couldn't decorate Radhika. So calming herself and composing herself, she said, actually, today we are declaring that Srimati Radhika is the queen of Vrindavan. And she smiled and she put that crown on Radhika. And Radhika smiled and she said, oh, Manjaris and my Sakhis, she said, you should take batons, but made of flowers, flower batons. She said, but you should go out and you should beat the servants of that usurper who thinks he's the king. And you should let them know that he should come and bow before me because I am the queen of Vrindavan, but beat them mercilessly. So thousands of gopis went out and they were carrying just flower batons, but they started to go after and beat all of the sakhas. They were all able to run away except Madhumangal, maybe because he eats too many laddus. He couldn't get too far. So they caught him and they bound his hands behind his back with a flower garland. Just imagine. So you can see this is all in good fun and they were enjoying themselves. Easily he could have broken away. But he went there and he was calling out, oh, save me, save me. And immediately he's kneeling in front of Srimati Radhika and he's like, Krishna made me do it. It's not my fault. Please don't beat me. It's Krishna. Gurudev, in Gurudev's Brajmandal Parikrama book, he only gives a synopsis, but he says they smacked him also a couple of times. How dare you?
It's not the only time that's happened.
How dare you say that we will have to pay taxes, that we will be subjugated? No. How dare you speak like this? You are the servant of our Swamini, the queen of Vrindavan, Radhika. So Madhumangal's like, okay, I concede. You know, I'm fine, please. And Lalita said we should punish him. And he immediately looked up. Madhu Mangal said, you should punish me, but because I'm a Brahmin, you should punish me with feeding me lots of laddus. Srimati Radhika kind of smiled to the side and she said, he's not a real Brahmin. He's only interested in feeding his belly. Get him out of here. But she kind of looked at Lalita Sakhi, so they gave him a couple of laddus and he ran. He was still with his hands tied behind his back and he ran to where Krishna was. I think I wish I remembered the name. Anyway, he ran there and Krishna jumped off his throne and he hugged him. He was like, oh, Sakha, how did it go today? And he's like, look at me, I'm bound. And Krishna thought, friend, what happened? Tell me. He said, you've really made the Sakhis mad. They have proclaimed that Srimati Radhika is the queen of Vrindavan and that you must go and be subjugated to her. And Krishna thought, what? How could this have happened? And then he thought for a moment and he said, I could go with all of my thousands of sakhas and try to fight them about it. He said, but how much more exciting would it be to surrender to her? So he thought, that's a better prospect, I'll go. So him and Madhu Mangal went, and they went, but it is said that the parrots of Srimati Radhika are spies. And Srimati Radhika had the parrots
the birds
are her spies.
Okay.
They're watching everything and they can go anywhere Krishna is. And he just thinks, oh, look at the beautiful parrots. But they're her spies. So immediately they flew back to Srimati Radhika and they said, Krishna's coming to surrender. Srimati Radhika was like, what? He's just going to surrender? So very quickly, Madhu Mangal and Krishna came to where Srimati Radhika was. It's in a place called Umarao. So as soon as Krishna walked into this beautiful forest area, he saw Srimati Radhika sitting on the throne. And it is said that he became like a stone pillar, like he couldn't move. Tears came to his eyes, and he started to feel all of these astasattvic bhavs. He was trembling, he was shaking, he was choked up, just staring at her. And at the same time, Srimati Radhika saw him, and those same symptoms came in her, but also some shyness. She started to feel a little bit like, what have I done? He's going to come here and now have to bow to me. She didn't know what to do. And Lalita Sakhi placed her hand on Radhika's shoulder and said, Sakhi, even any other king that has to surrender needs to see that the one who has won the kingdom, that they're strong, so compose yourself, let him surrender. So she again became calm and she was saying in her mind, oh my dear friend, please compose yourself. To her mind, my dear friend, compose yourself, compose yourself. And at that time, Krishna was chanting, Radhe, 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 Radhe. And at that moment, he was able to actually function. Her beautiful effulgence became a little bit less and he was able to see his beloved. So Madhu Mangal put his arm on Krishna and said, Sakha, what are you doing? You just have to go and bow to her. Why are you behaving like this? Let's go. Because Madhu Mangal didn't really understand what was happening. So they went in front of Srimati Radhika, and Madhu Mangal, Krishna went on his knees. And Madhu Mangal said, because I am a Brahmin, and because I am the best advisor of our prince of Braj, he has taken my advice and has come to surrender to you. Srimati Radhika and all began to laugh. And Krishna immediately, because she is the queen, she told Krishna, you should sit with me. So Krishna came and sat with her. And it is said at that time that usually Lalita Sakhi is very, very harsh with Madhu Mangal. But when she saw this interaction, she became so pleased. She glanced at Madhu Mangal, and Madhu Mangal looked at her. And Madhu Mangal said, well, actually, he just smiled at her, and she had some laddus brought and placed in his mouth. And Madhu Mangal said, because I have arranged this without any violence, I should be given 1,000 laddus. Sri Lalita Sakhi started to laugh, and she had so many sweets brought in Mandubango. He took all the sweets, but he knew if he stayed, he would have to share. So he said, I have urgent business, I'll be back later. And he immediately ran from that place. So it is said that because the Manjaris and Sakhis went everywhere and began to proclaim that Srimati Radhika is the queen of Vrindavan and her beloved is Krishna, there were another camp of gopis who became very disturbed. Chandravali became very upset. So she talked to her dearest friend Padma and said, what can we do, Sakhi? We have to do something. How can I bear this? And how could she treat Krishna like that? That he had to go and bow in front of her, so she was burning with anger. Padma said, I know, I will take care of it. So when Padma saw that Krishna was in a very public place, she went and she said to Krishna, oh Krishna, I think that you should proclaim that personality whose name begins with Chandra, and who it is said in the Shastra that she is the beloved of Madhava, that that person should be the queen of Vrindavan and should be your queen as well. And Krishna, being covered by Yogamaya at that moment, immediately thought, Srimati Radhika's effulgence is, there's a personification called Chandrakanti. And Krishna, when he heard Chandra, automatically thought of the effulgence of Srimati Radhika, who personifies this gopi Chandrakanti, and also she is the teacher of the Gandharvas how to sing songs of the divine couple. So Srimati Radhika is also given the name Gandharvika because of this. So Sri Krishna is thinking all of these things, going, yeah, heck yeah, I'll proclaim it. She is my queen. And she is the queen of Vrindavan. But everyone else knew, well, it's Padma. Krishna was covered at that time. And they knew that she was talking about Chandravali. So Padma became so happy. And everyone around thought, Krishna himself is proclaiming now that Chandravali is his dearest beloved. And she is the queen of Vrindavan. So the next day, Krishna found out there had been havoc in all of the camps of the gopis because of this. He was shocked, and he ran to Vrinda Devi and he said, please help me, help me. I don't know what happened. I thought when I heard the name Chandra, I thought of Chandrakanti, Srimati Radhika. I never thought of anyone else. What will I do? Vrinda Devi said, it's gone too far. This is bad. And everyone believes. Now how can we change that? What can we do? We can't just go out and say she's Vrindavaneshwari, Srimati Radhika is now, you've proclaimed something else. Krishna said, no, please help me, help me. So Vrinda said, okay, I will go talk to Purnamasi. She went to Purnamasi and she told her of what havoc had been wreaked. And Purnamasi said, I know. So in two places it says something differently. In one place it says that Vrinda Devi went to the top of any mountain and made a proclamation, and it sounded like a voice from the heavens. And in another place it says that she commanded Lord Brahma to make a proclamation, because Lord Brahma had already realized who Krishna is. So either way, something like this happened, where Vrinda either called out to Brahma or called out, and it was like a voice from the heavens, that Srimati Radhika is to be coronated as the queen of Vrindavan. And everyone in all of Braj needs to understand that this is the case, and that she needs to actually be enthroned, and it needs to be
like a proper verified
yes.
coronation.
And when everybody heard this, everyone started to celebrate. Vrishabhanu Maharaj started giving gifts to everyone. Yashoda Maya, she became so happy she immediately wanted to go and help perform the bathing ceremony of Srimati Radhika, you know, because they're going to bathe her in all of these different waters and coronate her. So all of Braj, her mother, her father, everyone understood. And then it is said, I don't know if I can remember this properly. This is all from Srila Jiva Goswami's Madhav Mahotsav. So if you go and read that, you'll see. But different demigoddesses came down. Saraswati came down bringing gifts. A garland, I think, from Swaha, the wife of Agnidev. So there were different goddesses that were coming down. Jamuna Devi herself, the personification, came and also was trying to do things for the coronation. So all the Devi Dasis, let's say, the Devatas, not the male, but the female, the Devis, they were all, in essence, coming down. Those who Chandrakanti had taught how to sing, how to worship Radha and Krishna, came and began to sing songs of their love. And then those who understood knew, oh, they know those private, intimate leelas of Radha and Krishna, and they became so happy. But only those gopis that knew. And it is said at that time, Srimati Radhika felt bashful because she wanted Krishna with her, but there Jatila was there, Kutila was there, and so was Abhimanyu. So Vrinda,
and everyone else, right?
everyone else. But it's really beautiful because it is said that when she was put on the throne, right? They put her on a throne that was sent by Kuvera, like
the god of wealth.
The god of wealth. They were sending all of this opulence down. And they were saying there were certain things that were stolen by the demons at one point, and they had gotten it back. And the Devis, they were saying it felt as if we were like making so much less of these things if we used them ourselves, so we've just kept them locked. But now that you're going to be coronated as the queen of Vrindavan, these are only for you. And Srimati Radhika beautified all of that paraphernalia, so they were like, this was its rightful place. So Vrinda saw that there was an uncomfortable situation. So she went to Abhimanyu and she said, aren't you embarrassed that Srimati Radhika, your wife, is going to be queen and you have to kneel there in front of her? And she started to make him feel kind of funny, and he thought, oh yeah, I can't do that. And immediately he ran and he left that place. So then she went to Jatila and said, I don't know, your son just went crazy and ran away. You better go get him. Immediately she ran, and Kutila saw her mom running, so she ran away. So everything was made so that everything was peaceful for Srimati Radhika. And it is said that at first she was very shy because Kirtida, her mother, Vrishabhanu Maharaj, Yashoda, Nanda, all of them, they heard this proclamation and they understood she is the queen of Vrindavan. So they were all treating her with that reverence. And she was so humble and so shy and bashful, it was very difficult for her to accept this. So Lord Brahma from the heavens, he called to her and he said, don't be bashful, don't let your shyness interrupt this. It is for the good of the entire universe. So upon hearing that this was for the good of all others, she immediately took on the persona of being the queen of Vrindavan so that it could actually facilitate the universe. And then demigoddesses came and they told Purnamasi, we feel very unhappy. She is fit to be the queen. We've heard that she is the source of Uma, of Lakshmi, of Chandra, Rukmini. We have heard this. So why is she only being made the queen of a small Vrindavan? And then Sri Purnamasi began to glorify Vrindavan, and she had others also begin to glorify Vrindavan, and how Vrindavan is more glorifiable than millions of Vaikuntha planets. And so they were completely astonished at Braj, at the transcendental Chinmaya nature of Vrindavan. And then they realized she's fit to be the queen of Vrindavan. And so they offered all kinds of wealth to her. Srimati Radhika was said to be sitting there, and then they all of the Sakhis, they stood around her and covered her because they began to bathe her in all different waters of Manasi, Ganga, of Radhakunj, so many different rivers and lakes. They began to do Abhishek. And it tells what the meaning of the 6 baths were and what it looked like when they were bathing her. And it's saying that even though Krishna couldn't see the Abhishek of Srimati Radhika, it didn't prevent his mind from meditating and seeing the Abhishek. Finally, they did the Abhishek of Srimati Radhika, and they took her to a different place and began to dress her, and they dressed her as a queen. So they brought her to this throne. I'm not telling every bit. There's even one point where Purnamasi tells Krishna to walk ahead of the procession and to bring them into a particular forest kunj. So Krishna is actually leading Srimati Radhika to this place where she's going to actually be coronated. And so it's this beautiful katha. So anyway, they dressed Srimati Radhika in all of this opulence, and it is said that they were giving, the demigoddesses were giving her all of these jewels, and they gave her a beautiful dress, a skirt. And it actually says that Srimati Radhika empowered, like she gave her Shakti to those dresses and ornaments. And what happened was there were beautiful swans, white swans embroidered on her skirt. And at that time, because she infused her Shakti and all of it, meaning Krishna praying, all of her anurag for Krishna was infused there. And at that time, those swans began to move in her palms. Everything became alive. Whereas when it was with the demigoddesses, it was just jewels, it was just gold. But when she infused her own pav, her own prem there, then everything became alive and everyone could see, and even Krishna was astonished. It says, Srila Jiva Goswami says that everyone was astonished when Indra and Sudevi had bathed Krishna after the Govardhan Leela, and how beautiful Braj became because of that. But millions and millions of times more, Braj became beautiful. The flowers and the trees began to bloom in a different way. All of the animals, the birds, everything was infused with a different kind of Shakti, understanding Radhe, Radhe, Radhe. She is the queen of Vrindavan. Finally, Purnamasi came and she put a crown on Srimati Radhika's head. And Srila Jiva Goswami says that automatically a spontaneous applause came from all of the Brajabasis. They all just started clapping and everybody became so excited. Krishna was afraid to look at Srimati Radhika at that time. He didn't know what to do. And it's explained that just like at Govardhan Leela, everyone was staring at Krishna. So at that time, all of the gopis without shame were able to stare. So Madhu Mangal reminded Krishna of that. Don't you remember? Look, no one's looking at you. No one has even one eye turned toward you. They're all looking at her. Take her into your heart's content. And then Krishna just was looking at her and becoming completely overwhelmed.
Because everyone was looking that way toward her, so that Krishna was able to also look there because no one was watching him.
And he was Madhu Mangal was reminding him, remember how you were meeting her at that place. Bhai, don't look away, now you can meet her. And Srimati Radhika, she was feeling very shy, but it is said just from the corner of her eye, she looked toward Krishna and he became faint, so completely stunned by just the corner of her glance. It is said that this is a prayer of Manjaris, that when Srimati Radhika is with her Sakhis, they're her equals, or even like Lalita Sakhi, she's a day older, so she sees her as her senior. So she looks at them eye to eye, but she looks at her Manjaris from the corner, oh, do this. And they know immediately, or if she defeats Krishna, or she does something marvelous, she'll look at them and they'll all be so happy. Look at our Swamini. So that sidelong glance, Krishna prays for that because that means I am yours. you've accepted me as your own servant, like your maidservants. They are non-different from you. Whatever you feel, they feel. If you are angry at me, they can be in any kunja with a frown on their face and they're angry at me. But it is them you give that sidelong glance to. So now he received that glance and Krishna became fulfilled. She gave me that kripa kataksha. So then Purnamasi immediately understood this has been going on for a very long time. And Radhika before was so angry with Krishna. So she sent, I think, Nandi Mukhi, I don't remember, she sent any Sakhis to tell her what had happened and how Krishna was only meditating on her and her effulgence. Because when he entered the Kunj, he had to chant her name, do you remember? Radhe, Radhe, and then her effulgence became less and he could see. So when he heard that name, Chandra, he remembered what it looked like when he saw that effulgence, and he's like, yes, she is my beloved, she is the queen. So when Radhika heard that, her heart melted, and immediately Krishna was forgiven. Chandravali and Padma did try to interrupt things, but that's another story, they couldn't. So then Purnamasi understood the heart of Radhika and Krishna. So she told Nanda, Yashoda, Vrishabhanu, Kirtida, and all of the elders, I want Srimati Radhika to stay here in her pavilion tonight because this is the place where she was coronated. I want it to last longer. So we should all go and let her be in her own space. And somehow or other, they all were able to leave and they forgot that Krishna was there. The elders, they just, oh yes, we should go now. So they all left. And Radhika, it is said that during that time she was taking on this persona of the Queen of Vrindavan. But as soon as all the elders left and she was only left with her Sakhis and her Manjaris and her own dear beloved, that beautiful, humble, kind, compassionate, sweet, darling mood that is always there in Srimati Radhika became more manifest, and that like regal awe and reverence became completely lost, and immediately her and Krishna began to perform so many leelas together. So this is Madhav Mahotsav, and I thought this was so beautiful because I heard a part of it from Srila Bhakti Koma Govinda Maharaj, but I always kind of thought that it was between the Sakhis and Krishna that Srimati Radhika is the Queen of Vrindavan. But actually, Srila Jiva Goswami is explaining, and Raghunath Das Goswami and Rupa Goswami, all our Goswamis are explaining that this was an actual coronation of Purnamasi. All the elders were there, the Devatas were there, all of the demigoddesses were there witnessing, understanding that this is an actual coronation and she is the Queen of Vrindavan. So you understand when Krishna comes here, when he comes to Seva Kunj, and actually it is said that Srimati Radhika began to tell who her ministers were, what positions everyone had, and it was at that time she said, Lalita Sakhi is my prime minister, my minister of affairs is Vishaka Sakhi, and she gave everyone their
duties.
And that's when Bhakti Koma Govinda Maharaj says, Krishna comes and he says, I want seva. And Lalita Sakhi says, no vacancy, no vacancy, all are taken. But Krishna had to go and proclaim. This was the one thing he was given. You go. Because before now, everybody thought something else because Chandra, right? So now the service that Krishna was given by Lalita Sakhi was, you go with those little drums.
Dim dim.
Dim dim dum. And you call out, Srimati Radhika is the Queen of Vrindavan and she is the beloved of my heart. And he had to go through all of the gullies of Vrindavan calling this out. And then he was able to get and reach the feet of Srimati Radhika. So Srila Bhakti Koma Govinda Maharaj would say, Dehi padapalavam udaram. Everything he's doing is to try to get to the feet of Srimati Radhika. Today I was listening to Srila Gurudev and he said sometimes Krishna wants his flute to be stolen, because then he's able to touch the gopis, to have fun games with them, to say things to them, and to hear their haughty words toward him. Oh, we don't want your bamboo. We can get bamboo anywhere. Why do we want your bamboo?
Every day they steal his flute.
Yes, so the Gurudev was saying, Krishna thinks, I need to figure out a way for them to steal my flute. So then I can grab onto them and I can touch them and pull at them. Otherwise, if he did that, they would, hey, Yashodanandan, I'm telling your mother. So these are the beautiful leelas of Vrindavan and of Krishna, and that our Guru Varga have given us, that we can understand what is the superior personality of Godhead doing, and what is Krishna doing at her feet. So astonishing, because her love has subjugated Krishna.
Shri Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhananandani Srimati Radha Thakurani Ki
Jai.
Jai.
I think we should maybe do,
Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai.
and then we should do Vrindavane Viharitor, and then we should do Radhika Prarthana, because it is
Radhika.
getting late.
Is it? What's the time?
I don't know. It's after 8.
Wow, it's almost 9.
Okay,
Woo.
and we can't make too much noise
Okay.
here.
Radharani Ki Jai, page 362. Maharani Ki Jai, Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Bolo Varshane Wali Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Bolo Varshane Wali Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Thakurani Ki Jai, Hari Pyari Ki Jai. Thakurani Ki Jai, Hari Pyari Ki Jai. Vrishabhanu Dulari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Vrishabhanu Dulari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Gaurangi Ki Jai, Hemangi Ki Jai. Gaurangi Ki Jai, Hemangi Ki Jai. Brajaraja Kumari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Brajaraja Kumari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai.
Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai.
Brajarani Ki Jai, Brajadevi Ki Jai. Brajarani Ki Jai, Brajadevi Ki Jai. Brajarani Ki Jai, Brajadevi Ki Jai. Brajarani Ki Jai, Brajadevi Ki Jai. Gahavaravanavali Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Gahavaravanavali Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Giridhari Ki Jai, Manavali Ki Jai. Giridhari Ki Jai, Manavali Ki Jai. Bolo Kunja Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Bolo Kunja Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Bolo Vinoda Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Bolo Vinoda Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radha Vinoda Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radha Vinoda Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Bolo Ramana Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Bolo Ramana Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radha Ramana Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radha Ramana Bihari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radha Rani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Radha Rani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Bolo Varshane Wali Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Bolo Varshane Wali Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Vrishabhanu Dulari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Vrishabhanu Dulari Ki Jai, Jai Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Radharani Ki Jai, Maharani Ki Jai. Bolo Radhe 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 Radhe
Maybe we should do Gandharva Samprartanashtaka.
Before that, can I tell this?
Yes.
So Srila Gurudev Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, whenever he would speak about Srimati Radhika, especially on her day, he would quote some verses from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. Govinda Nandini Radha, Govinda Mohini, Govinda Sarvasya, Sarvakanti Shiromani. What is the meaning of this? Govinda Nandini, Govinda Nandini, who is always giving pleasure and happiness to Govinda. Only she can fully fulfill all of the transcendental desires of Krishna. Govinda Mohini. So she is that person who completely captures and bewilders the mind of Krishna. We all know that Krishna is known as Madan Mohan. In Sri Bhava Samhita, there it says Kandarpa Koti Kamani Visheshashobham. Millions of cupids. They completely faint and lose their composure at the idea of the effulgence coming from Krishna's toenails. What to speak of his full beauty. So he is so beautiful, so attractive. He is called Madan Mohan. But she's so beautiful, so attractive, even more and more, that Krishna completely forgets everything and is completely bewildered by her beauty, her love and affection. So therefore she is known as the person who bewilders the mind of that person, who bewilders the mind of millions of cupids. So she is known as Madan Mohan Mohini Radha, Govinda Mohini, Govinda Sarvasva. She is everything for Krishna. So many pastimes are there, but ultimately we see that she has completely defeated Krishna. So much so that Krishna cannot think of anything else. He feels himself fortunate when the breeze blows past her cloth and the fragrance of her body, which is infused into that cloth, comes to his nose. He feels, oh, now my life has become fortunate.
I am successful.
My life has become successful. Dhanyati dhanya. So successful. She is his everything. And he even declares that everything I do, it's all for you. For your pleasure, for your happiness. Everything. You are my everything. And then Sarvakanti Shiromani. We must not underestimate the meanings of these terminologies here. She is the fresh jewel of all of Krishna's beloveds. When all of the gopis ran to Vangshivat in the middle of the night to meet with Krishna for Ras, there he told all of them, I can never repay you for your love and affection. Not in days or years of Brahma. Still, he said, let your love be its own repayment, because I don't know anything greater than this. But when Srimati Radhika left that place, Shatakoti Gopi Madhavaman, there were millions and millions of gopis present. But when Srimati Radhika left that place, Krishna wasn't feeling any exultation at all. Why? Because she's the source of all of them. She is the complete Shakti of Krishna, the full power, the full Shakti. So Krishna left millions and millions of gopis for her, coming upon some footprints. Those who were her own Svapaksha, who were her own internal circle group, they recognized her footprints. But they didn't say anything. Srila Gurudev told that the other gopis, especially the Vipaksha, they recognized, they didn't understand whose footprints they were with Krishna's. They knew Krishna's footprints and they said, Anaya radito nunyam bhagavan hari ishvara yanno vihaya govinda prito yam anayadraha. Whoever this gopi is, who Krishna has left all of us for, has certainly served him more than all of us. And therefore she is the most fortunate of all. So they actually spoke that verse, which is told in Srimad Bhagavatam, Anaya radito nunyam. This was Chandrali and her party glorifying the footprints and the foot dust of Srimati Radhika, not realizing who it was So she is Sarvakanti Shiromani. Krishna doesn't feel any exaltation without her. When she left, he left for her. So, Sarva Lakshmi Mahi. She is the source of all other Lakshmis. In Sri Brahma Sanghita Chintamani Prakara Sadmasu Kalpa Vriksha Lakshavrateshu Surabhir Avipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Shata Sambrama Sevyamanam Govindam Adi Purusham Tamham Bhajami. In Vrindavan, every particle of dust is Chintamani, every cow is Surabhi, every tree is Kalpa Vriksha tree. Millions of Lakshmis are offering their everything at the lotus feet of Krishna. Lakshmi Sahasra Shata Sambrama Sevyamanam. But it says Lakshmi Sahasra Shata. Sahasra Shata. Millions of Lakshmis. But we understand from the pastime of Kaliyanag that Kaliya's own wives, they're saying, Kasyanu Bhavo, how is it that our husband, Kaliya, has received the great fortune of your footprints on his head when even Lakshmi Devi cannot attain to that? To this day she's still doing tapasya in Belvan, in Shrivan, the forest of Srimati Radhika, praying for her mercy so that she may be able to gain entrance into Rasalila. So we should understand that Srimati Radhika is the source of all of those gopis and millions of Lakshmis. And all of those Lakshmis in Vrindavan who are serving Krishna are the manifestations of Srimati Radhika. Lakshmi Sahasrashata Sambrama Sevyamanam. So she's the source of all of them. As Sudevi told previously, Uma, Rama, Satya, Shachi, Chandra, Rukmini, Radha, Avatar, Sabe, Am Nayavani. Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur is saying that all of these Shaktis, Uma, that is the consort of Lord Shiva. Rama, that is the consort of Sriman Narayan. Lakshmi Devi, Satya, Shachi, Chandra, that is also Chandravali. Rukmini, that is in Dwarka, the manifestation of Chandravali. Radha, Avatar, Sabe, all of them are the manifestation originally coming from Srimati Radhika, Am Nayavani, as described by all scriptures. So she is the source of all Shakti. Anything that has the term Shakti, she is its source. And then, of course, the possessor of all Shakti, that is Shaktiman, Shri Krishna, Sarva Shaktiman. So she is Sarva Lakshmi Mai, and Sarva Kanti Sammohini Para. Of all of the Kantis of Krishna, she is the one who completely binds and captures Krishna's mind, his heart, and everything. So much so, Venum Karam Nipatitam Skalitam Shikandam, Krishna completely forgets everything, as Sudevi was already telling previously in that beautiful pastime of Madhav Mahotsava, how Krishna was stunned. We hear from Sri Radha Kripakataksha Stavaraja, Anangaranga Mangala, Prasanga Bhangura Bhravam, Savibramam, Sasambramam, Diriganta Panapatane, Nirantaram Vashikrita, Pratiti Nandanandane, Kada Karishyasi Havang Kripakataksha Bhajanam. Anangaranga Mangala means the auspicious wrestling arena. They made a wrestling arena. Krishna was going to wrestle with Srimati Radhika. And they brought her out completely covered. I'm not telling all the
Dressed like a wrestler, though.
Dressed like a wrestler, but completely covered. And Krishna couldn't understand what it was. What
It's
is
a
that?
flash of lightning, but it's staying there. It can't be lightning.
It's not just striking, it's actually sitting there.
What
He
is
couldn't
it?
understand. Madhu Mangal shaking Krishna like, hey, wake up.
It's a girl. It's a girl.
It's just a girl. And Krishna's like, this is like no girl I have ever seen. And then he said, I cannot wrestle because even though they removed the covering, still her face was covered. I cannot wrestle with anyone I cannot see. And so, Lalita Saki slightly lifted the covering, the veil of Srimati Radhika, and her eyebrows, which are compared to bows, were shooting the arrows of her sidelong glances perpetually at the heart of Sri Nandanandan Krishna, who couldn't even understand what hit him. He was completely, perpetually shot by the arrows of amorous love and affection of Srimati Radhika, and he completely lost his composure. His peacock feather fell from his head. He dropped his flute, his cloth became loosened, and he himself fell flat on the amorous battlefield. At that time, all of the gopis began clapping. Radhe, Radhe, Jai Jai Shri Radhe, Radhe, Jaya Jaya, Madhava Daite. She has completely defeated Krishna. And so Krishna himself loses composure and falls flat on the ground, being subdued by the love and affection, the sidelong glances and those arrows of love of Srimati Radhika. So she completely controls Krishna in every way. So she is Sarvakanti, Sammohini, Para. There's so much more to tell.
I know.
I think we're going to have to do like a Janmashtami
I
for
didn't
Radhashtami next
touch the
time.
leelas I wanted to tell. But we need to finish. We have to do Gandharva Samprarthanashtakam and Radha Prarthana and then a Hare Krishna. And we must finish this evening.
Wow.
I know,
We're going
it
to
went
have
so
to continue
fast.
on another day.
Apiti, Shuka.
And also, Kripayati Aridadham.
Yeah, Radha Prarthana. So right now we'll do page 275. We don't do it with music. We do it more of like a prayer, a calling out.
I can do it with music.
You can read the translations to this after. We'll read the translations to Sri Radha Prarthana, and then we'll do a Harinam. Because at Omax we were able to be loud quite late, but here there's a bit of a time limit for
Except for the other night when someone started using a grinder after 10 o'clock.
We just need to, be respectful of everyone who gets up at 3 o'clock, 3:30 to start their Harinam. So we,
Are you implying that we don't get up at 3 o'clock, 3:30 to start our Harinam?
Well, we did want them to be quiet for a reason. Anyway, I think it's important that we honor the devotees here, but maybe next time we'll do it at my mom's house.
What page?
Page 275. Savitri's got it, so anybody can.
Okay, 275.
Oh.
And this is a prayer by Sri Rupa Goswami. I just want to read the second verse translation because our Srila Guru would tell this verse
Can you read the last verse too?
every day before. So I'm going to read the verse itself or just the translation.
The translation, because
Okay.
we're going to sing it.
O Devi Gandharvika, that is the name for Srimati Radhika. In utter distress, this is the mood of those who are Rupa Anugas and also Rupa herself. Falling to the ground like a rod, I implore you in a choked voice, full of despair, and pray at your lotus feet. Please be merciful to this fool and count me as one of your own. And the last verse, the last one?
Mm-hmm.
Anyone who takes shelter of Sri Vrishabhanu Nandini Srimati Radhika by regularly reciting this entreaty with great faith will surely please her along with her beloved Sri Krishna and thus become the recipient of the waves of their profuse mercy.
So that's what we're doing. We're trying to invoke that mood.
Vrindavane viharato ihate vikunje matadvipapravarako tugavibramena sandarshayashvayuvayo vadanaravindam Dvamandam videhi maide vikrupam prasida Hade vikatu bhagagadayadavasha Yache nipatya bhuvidandavadupatarthi Asya prasadamabudhasya jalasya kritva Gandhavike nijagane gaganam videhi Shyame amaramanasundaratamanishna Sundarya mohita samasta jagat vilasa bhajo lokatraya bharanayo sharanam bhujani sambaharishyati kada yuvayorjanoyam tvatkundarodhasi vilasa parishramena svedam nujum nivadana gurvashiyoma vrindavaneshwari kada karumula bhajo sanvijayami chamari jaya chamarena Leelam nikunjaguhare bhavatim nukunde chetraiva suchitavati ruchirakshidaham bhugnam dhruvam narachayeti visharushanvam agre vrajendratvanayasya kadanuneshe Vanyudhake kukke Prajarajasmunu Chitvam madamati kadarbhavikashi jalma Kulamhirani viranalpamudirnamano Stotram kadanuthamati Avalokayeshe Yako nishushtu vishabhanumalikaya Samkartanashakaminam patati prapanna Sapreyasa sahasamedya krita pramoda Tatra prasada lahari purari karoti Jai Radhe Jai Radhe Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe 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 Jai Jai Shri Radhe Jai Jai Shri Radhe Shri Gandharva Sant Prathanashtakam Ki
Jai. Next page is Sri Radha Prarthana. That's page 278. We'll read this first.
Many years ago when we were at Radhakum, Srila Gurudev was beginning to speak and was just chanting his Mangalacharan before speaking about Srimati Radhika. And he started with this verse, Ha Devi Ka Kubara Gad Gad. And Gad Gad means with the choked voice. Immediately Gurudev's voice choked up and tears just started pouring from his eyes. He was looking left and right because he couldn't continue and just tears were pouring down and they wouldn't stop. He was in such a deep mood and it was almost uncontrollable until Purnamasi arranged for someone in the back to start wailing loudly, seeing Gurudev's condition. Immediately, he pushed it all in, sobered up, and then started glorifying Srimati Radhika.
And challenging all of the Babajis.
But such a deep mood. Srila Gurudev would always chant this verse, Ha Devi Kakuvara, and Tabaivasmi, Najivami Tvayavina, Iti Vigyaya, Radhe Tam Nayamam Charmantike. Always praying to Srimati Radhika, but I am yours, in life or death, in any situation. I am yours and I'm offering myself at your lotus feet. So now we're going to call out Shri Radha Prarthana. Can we just do one verse before that? I just wanted to chant the one verse of Radhashtakam.
Oh,
Yam kamapi vrachukule vrishabhanujayas. Because it also goes in line with this Sri Radha Prarthana. Basically today, just like on Janmashtami, just like on any holy day, the person whose day it is, they're giving in charity. On Krishna's day, he's searching for his best jewel, and he's giving in charity. On Srimati Radhika, she's giving in charity, but also all of those who feel that she is mine. Either my Swamini, my goddess, my beloved, my everything, Lalita Saki. So many of Srimati Radhika's associates are all so happy on this day, the day of her appearance, that they are also giving in charity. So,
it says, upon seeing any young maiden anywhere in Braj and discerning that she is inclined toward her Priya Sakhi, Vrishabhanunandini Srimati Radhika, Lalita immediately fulfills all of that maiden's internal desires and makes her life successful. I offer pranam to Lalita Devi, who is a repository of all charming qualities.
So on this day we're praying in the dust of the lotus feet of Sri Lalita Sakhi, that I know that if anyone has even an inkling of a desire for Radha Dasyam, that you will put my name in your register. Oh Lalita Sakhi, please be merciful. I know that without you I cannot attain service to the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika. So please look in my heart, see that nature inside, and place my name in your register, so that one sweet day I will be included into the service of the lotus feet of Srimati Radhika. Yang kamapi vrajakule vrishabhanujaya prekshya swapaksha padavim anuruddhyamanam sadyastadishtagatanena kritartayantim devim gunai sulalitam lalitam namami devim gunai sulalitam lalitam namami. And now we're going to pray the prayer that Srila Gurudev told us, all of us, that if Krishna were ever to stand in front of you and ask you, what do you want? I can give you anything.
I can make you a queen in Dwarka.
What do you want? He said we should only have one prayer, and it is this prayer, Sri Radha Prarthana by Sri Vitalacharya,
7-8.
page 278. Thank
So
you.
we'll read this. Should I?
Yes.
If Sri Radha is merciful to me, then unlimited obstacles to my devotion will be removed. There will be nothing superior for me to attain, because I will have received the excellent offered by the paths of both Vaidhi and Rag. If she speaks something while smiling gently, thereby revealing the brilliance of the rows of her beautiful pearl-like teeth, what significance will the oyster of liberation have? O Shyama Sundar, O you whose head is adorned with peacock feathers, whose face is graced with a laughing smile, whose murali flute enchants the mind, and who are most expert in relishing rasa with Srimati Radhika. O ocean of mercy, please make me a kinkari, maidservant at the feet of your beloved. You are the Lord of the life of the daughter of Vrishabhanu Maharaj, and you are like a bee, always eager to taste the nectar of her lotus-like face. O Rasikendra Shekhara, foremost of those who are a Sikh, who are situated at the feet of Srimati Radhika, I worship you. O son of the king of Raj, O all-pervading one, O Mohan, who enchants the minds of all, taking a piece of straw in my teeth, I pray that your supremely beloved Sri Radha be my dear, worshipful goddess, birth after birth. So, as Kishori Mohan Prabhu was saying, our Gurudev would say in Vedic culture, they give on their birthday. Western culture, it's, I'm, the important one, it's my birthday, everybody worship me. But in Vedic culture, everyone who has any affection for the birthday person, they go out and they give in charity. Please bless them. Please give them your mercy to the sadhus, to anyone, to beggars. Please bless my beloved one. So all are going out, those persons who have mamata for Srimati Radhika, like Krishna, like Lalita Sakhi, like Raman and Rupa and Rati Manjaris, all of those who love them, Vrishabhanu Maharaj, Kirtida, Nanda Baba, Yashoda, all, Purnamasi Devi, they all have so much affection for Srimati Radhika and for Vishaka Sakhi, who is like a little Radha, born at the same time, the same second as Srimati Radhika. She is like her twin in every way. So today is also her appearance day. So she's also giving. Srimati Radhika is thinking, this is my dearest Sakhi. What can I give on that day? This is the prayer that we're praying to Krishna, but we're praying to all. And even if we don't understand that this is the prayer of my Atma, our Gurudev has told us, this is it. This is the prayer. There is nothing else to be desired. Whatever we desire that is different from that is dust and ashes and worthless. If we pray for this, then automatically everything is encompassed in that. We have our goal. Our Guru Nishta, our Ruchi, Asakti, Bhav, all of that is considered part of this. If we attain to this, so Gurudev is saying, this is what you asked for. No stopping along the way. This is it. Because they can be tricky. Why would Krishna give the most intimate, precious thing that he himself desires? Why would he just give that to anyone? So we're taking shelter of our gurus, our Guru Varga, all the way up into their own forms as the maidservants of Srimati Radhika. From this realm to that realm, we have some connection now. Maybe not before, but now we do. You are the nearest and dearest in this world and that world. You can take my name and you can whisper it in the ear of Srimati Lalita Sakhi that she can take me and engage me in the service of her own beloved Srimati Radhika. Hey Rupa Manjari, hey Raman Manjari, hey all Guru Parampara, Guru Sakhis, please, this is the necessity of this Jivatma. Everything else is nothing and nothing. I pray to you on this day and every day. This is my only prayer. Please grant me this only desire of the Jivatma. Otherwise, what is there? I have nothing.
So Sri Radha Prarthana by Sri Vithalacharya, page 278. Kripayati yadi Radha Magita Sheshavadha Kimamaram Shishtam Mushrimaya Dayorme Yadi Variti Chakinchit Smerahaso Vijavaramantantya Mukti Shuktya Dadatim Shyama Sundara Shikanda Shekhara Smedahasa Murali Manohara Radhika Rasikama Kripanidhe Swapriya Charana Janma Janmani Madhishwari Priya Janma Janmani Madhishwari Priya. So before, wow, it's getting very, very late. Before ending with the last Hare Krishna Mahamantra, praying at the lotus feet of Shri Shri Radha and Krishna, I just wanted to share what Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada's mood was, so that we understand what lineage we are coming in, and what is the mood of Rupanuga Vaishnavas. Those who are following him by mood, by heart, by life and everything. What is the goal? What is the aspiration? What is the bhav of a Rupanuga Vaishnava? Especially in this Sarak Rup. Srila Param Gurudev Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj delivered this as a lecture on the 3rd of September 1965. And he said, Srila Prabhupada Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur was Radha Pakshiya. That means partial to Srimati Radhika, Srimati Radharani. Among those who serve Vipralamba Rasa through the topmost path of bhajan, that is Ragamarga Bhakti, most will meditate upon Radharani's separation from Krishna. However, my Guru Padapadma, that is Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, used to meditate on Krishna's separation from Radharani. I want to clarify this with an illustration. When Sri Krishna is engaged in a competitive sport with Radharani, those who are Radha Pakshiya always think about her victory and Krishna's defeat. So those who are on her side always think about her victory and Krishna's defeat. Her victory is their sole desire and purpose. And when Radharani wins, they experience profuse bliss and, clapping their hands, declare, Krishna has lost, what a joy! But those who are Krishna Pakshiya, on the side of Krishna, they are overcome by sadness. My Guru Padapadma, that is Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada, used to think more about Krishna's feeling separation from Radharani than Radharani's feeling separation from Krishna. In her separation from him, Radharani is stricken by grief. This type of perfection in Vipralamba Bhav is cherished by ordinary people. However, Srila Prabhupada's mood was entirely opposite to this. It is indeed Krishna who, deeply immersed in thoughts of Radharani, has lost his own complexion and become Radha Lingita Vigraha, taken on the color of his beloved. Sriman Mahaprabhu has in all respects preached and instructed this type of Vipralamba Rasa only. Let Krishna remain absorbed in his meditation on Radharani. This alone is the ideal of the Sri Gaudiya Vedanta Samiti. Is that powerful?
Wow.
So this is the mood of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. In fact, Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj was recalling that one time the Diwan of Bharatpur state came with his family and they were circumambulating Radhakund, doing Dandavat Pranam. And all the devotees were quite, fascinated by this, thinking how much devotion there is. So Paramananda Brahmachari, one of the closest to Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, reported to him that they have so much esteem for Radharani. He came out from his inner quarters and said, yes, but their concern for Radharani and our concern for Radharani are quite different. They come to Radharani because she is Krishna's favorite. But our position is the opposite. We worship Krishna because he is Radharani's favorite. Our interest is in Radharani. And Krishna is her favorite. And only because she wants Krishna do we have any connection with him. So this is completely in line with everything that our Gurudev has been telling us. He has been focusing all of that energy and all of his disciples' mood to understand that this is the mood of Rupanuga.
Radhika writes, Vinod Bihari.
So this is the mood of those who are coming in the line of Sri Rupa Goswami, that they always want to see Srimati Radhika victorious. And if there's a competition between Radha and Krishna, they are always on her side. Even when Gurudev would offer us to Giriraj at the time of Anukut Mahamahotsav, he would be offering all of the food, and then he would tell all of us, now state your own name. And then he would offer us, along with our names and all of the names of all of our family members and friends that we had also would throw in there, he would offer it to the lotus feet of Radha and Krishna, and then he would add something. Leaning towards Srimati Radhika. Vrishabhanu Nandini Srimati Radha Thakurani ki jai.
So we will do one Harinam. It will be a little bit of a quiet one, because it's quite late here.
Maybe
You
not
could
the
do, you
drum.
could do a little bit, just don't go crazy. We might get a knock on the door.
On days like Janmashtami and Radhashtami, we should have like full reign of making noise if it's kirtan. Okay. Take it. Since we just recently moved back in, we have to be a little careful. Gosh, you didn't tell half of that.
I have so many leelas to tell.
I think we have to give another Radhashtami class tomorrow.
I think the next time, next year, like, we did Krishna Janmashtami, we'll just do a longer.
It needs to be.
Yeah.
Because it needs to go right till midnight at least.
Yeah.
Already we had a 4-hour program at least for this morning.
We started, oh, I was thinking here, we started it at 5 and it's almost 10.
Really? Oh my God. Okay. We didn't sing Radha Nam Paramasukadaya. We didn't sing Aisi Kripa Karo Shri Radhe. We didn't sing Radha Bhajane Jari Shatakoti Gopi.
I didn't tell so many leelas.
I mean, Radhika Charana Renu, Radhika Charana Padma. May it all enter our hearts. Jai.
Imagine how our acharyas, someone like our Gurudev felt when they just want to tell and then they have to stop.
When Srila Bhakti Rakshak Sridhar Maharaj went to visit our Srila Prabhupada in Navadvip, they spent hours and hours. I don't know if Prabhupada went to visit him or the other way around, but they spent hours and hours together discussing. And afterwards, some of the devotees asked, do you mind telling us what you were discussing? Srila Prabhupada said, if I told you, you would faint. So imagine what those pure devotees are discussing together. Only one day we can become privy to be able to enter into that conversation and hear that nectarian Harikatha. Do you want to do the Hare Krishna?
So really quick, I just want to say that Devaki, if you're listening, we're remembering you and we hope that everything is going okay for you. She may be in the hospital right now and she said she'll be trying to be part of this. So at least by heart we know she's with us. So please send your good wishes for her to recover very soon. I'm worried about her.
I know which tune I'm going to sing.
What tune?
That'll remind you of Gurudev. And then we'll go into... No. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Oh, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna,
Hare Hare,
Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, श्रीमती राधा ठाकुरानी की जय, श्री विनोद बिहारी जी की जय, श्री राधाष्टमी महामहोत्सव की जय, गुरुदेव की जय, श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय, रूपानुग गौरी गुरुवर्ग की जय, पतित पावन श्री नित्यानंद प्रभु की जय, प्रेम पुरुषोत्तम श्री सचिनंदन गौर हरि की जय, राधा विनोद बिहारी जू की जय, राधा रमन जू की जय, गिरिराज महाराज की जय, हरि नाम संकीर्तन की जय, हरे कृष्ण महामंत्र की जय, ऊर्जेश्वरी प्रजेश्वरी वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुनंदिनी श्रीमती राधा ठाकुरानी की जय, श्री राधाष्टमी महामहोत्सव की जय, श्री विशाखा सखी की जय, तदीय आविर्भाव महामहोत्सव की जय, गौर भक्त वृंद की जय, श्री गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल, गोविंद दामो श्री विनोद बिहारी जी की जय, जय जय श्री राधे, जय जय श्री राधे, जय जय श्री राधे श्याम, गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल. So thank you all very much for being with us today and giving us the opportunity to remember the beautiful teachings of our Gurudev and Guru Varga on this most auspicious of occasions, Shri Radhashtami Mahamahotsava. Rishabhananandani Shrimati Radha Thakurani Ki
Jai.
We'd also like to express our indebtedness and great deep appreciation to each and every one of you for giving us the opportunity to follow the order of our Srila Gurudev, which is our life and soul. Tomorrow I will be going to a program closer to Delhi with Pujapad Bhaktivedanta Van Maharaj. They requested that I come for Kirtan. So we will all meet again.
Parson, the day after tomorrow.
Yes, so parson. So ci
Parson
vediamo
milenge.
dopo. Hasta luego. Parson milenge.
Radhe,
Radhe,
Radhe, Sham.
Sham.
Dandavat Pranam, dear Vaishnavas. Yes, thank you so much for
Yes, Sonam.
for being with us and for spending this Radhashtami evening with us. Again, sending prayers out for Devaki. Also, Anjali is sick with COVID, so please send love to her. Maybe she'll watch this later. Dear Vaishnavas, we feel so indebted. Thank you so much. Jayanti.
Mom.
Hey, Mom. Hey, Lubang and Charu.
Jayanti.
Hey, Radhika, who just Sonam.
All
Hey,
of
all
you.
beautiful Vaishnavas. Thank you so much. We will see you the day after tomorrow. Happy, blessed Radhashtami.
Zoom into her.
May all your deepest and truest desires of your heart be fulfilled. Radhe, Radhe, Sham.